Right. Welcome everybody to the stream. You might notice the screen looks a little bit different than usual. No game in the background. We've got a bingo chart that was made by Jaap Marcus, the very Jaap Marcus that is now in chat, as well as Obsolete Alien, who came up with most of the squares. He was basically the original, or the guy who came up with the idea and just provided a whole bunch of things. So yeah, I guess I don't need to explain you how to play bingo, but I do a lot of stupid things. Apparently enough stupid things to fill an entire bingo chart worth of stupid things. So you can basically go to the link pinned in the comments, or pinned in the chat I should say. And you just click on the link, and every time you refresh it, the squares are randomized. There are more than 25 options, so you can find one you like. If you are over 75, you can also multi bingo, just use like 6 different tabs with 6 different charts and try to get bingo faster. So every time, well, basically there is not much to explain. Indeed, you are correct, might get sidetracked is a given. This is not a sidetrack, this is the main track right now, the bingo. It is not a sidetrack, but this is pretty much a given to happen within any amount of time, really. I don't really have a verification for bingo set up yet. I suppose you can post it to my Discord. There's a link to Discord in the bottom, as well as to the code base, I believe. So you can probably just post it into the general, like the main Discord. I don't even know how it's named, just like the normal Discord channel. So whenever you get a bingo, you just scream bingo in chat, and you can, for verification by your peers, post it in the Discord, and they can then verify the bingo. Alright, so that's it for the bingo. I hope you have fun with it. It hit a little bit, when I originally saw the idea, it hit a little bit harder than it should. All the things which are in the squares. So I'm not gonna look at it too much, but you can. Okay, let's switch over to what we're here for. The game. Yeah, so, right. Normally I do a bunch of preparation and figure out what I'm going to do in the stream before the stream starts. I did that like 5 or 6 days ago. I went on a little trip. I just got back like yesterday at 2 AM. Slept for a bit, and now I'm here. I'm completely exhausted from this holidays. So I don't really have a good grasp of where we are at the playthrough at the moment. I do have some notes, and my notes are telling me Vulgora is not the right place to go. I guess we'll get into that a little bit soon. Let me get my chat windows back up. There should be somewhere. Right. Mike handcrafts for 20 minutes straight. Explaining the bingo board is not obscure game mechanics. Yeah, that is just true. It was also not a sidetrack. It's basically a free square, except it's not free. You have to legitimately fill it in, but cannot really imagine that won't happen. Thanks CTX for the 16 months of subscription, as well as keeping the multiplayer server alive. It would be cool to see. So we got a multiplayer server going on for Patreons and Twitch subscribers. It started out at 1000 times science cost as well on the same map. It had a diminishing science cost multiplier, so the guys have gotten to the end game now. Science cost multiplier is 100 times now. It would be interesting to see if that is actually possible to get to the mega base with a 100 times science cost base, to get over the initial hump of like all the infinite technology stuff you need to do to get OP enough to get up to like hundreds of thousands or even millions of science per minute. Because if you're going at millions of science per minute, a 100 times science cost multiplier is not really gonna do that much anymore. Yeah, not sure if that will be possible for 1000 times, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, the bingo board is great. Okay, so There are some rules for the bingo board. First of all, you cannot yourself say, if you're playing bingo, don't say stuff in chat which is on the bingo board that... Man, I'm bad at explaining. Forgot the hotkey. Okay, we are still on Firefox. I was already in the game, but you were not. That there should be Mike is on the wrong screen. That should be on there as well. Similar to Mike forgets to unmute himself. Mike is on the wrong screen for several minutes. Right, so if there's anything like chat, what is he doing? You cannot yourself say chat in chat, what is he doing? It has to be somebody else. Just play fair. For things which are labeled Mike, I just have to say it. I'm gonna try not to deliberately say those things, but I'm also not actively gonna avoid it. Some things might be a little bit vague in the description. I try to get rid of it as much as possible. I suppose if I build adjacent power poles for functionality or for symmetry, I guess that's a kind of an opinion, but if I build adjacent power poles, I suppose that probably goes, etc, etc. I mean, most of it speaks for itself, I suppose. Let me get back my smiley face. Right, let's go actually to the game. Alright, so I wonder... No, the stream is on YouTube as well. Mike uses alliterations. That is more of an editor script writing Mike thing. Spitting them out live in my not native language is always a bit harder. What is he doing? That's cheating. That is cheating. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. It's cheating. Mike, you are on the wrong screen. Yeah, that one should be in there for sure. I guess we're gonna farm a couple new ones for on the bingo board. We're currently on Vulcanus. Not sure where we're going next yet. So, okay, I got a master plan now. I did all the mod. And turns out, of all the new things that Factorio adds, the most powerful single entity in where are we? How does this game work again? The most powerful entity in the entire game is not the biolab. It is not the biolab. It is the foundry. By far. It is incredible how powerful this building is. And let's just make an example here while we're in editor mode anyway. So foundries comes with a base 50% productivity bonus. I suppose I don't have the recipe. Let's give ourselves the recipe. Okay, so this is like melting iron ore into molten iron, and this is then putting that molten iron back into plates. So the first kicker is you got the 50% productivity bonus, but the second kicker is this is like a step on the ore to plate level, and that is a two-step process. So you get the productivity bonus twice. There's a 50% productivity bonus applied twice. That's already 2.25 times productivity on your ore without even putting a single module inside. So that's absolutely crazy. It gets even more crazy though before you're anywhere far. There are more efficient recipes to do if you, for instance, cast gears directly from molten iron. You get a 4.5 times multiplier on your ore. So one ore becomes 4.5 iron worth of gears, because this recipe is just more efficient. I guess that is the reason, because you could of course also go from iron to plate to gear and you would have 3 times the bonus applied to it. Similar for steel, I suppose. That's also a 3-step process. So steel is like almost 4 times as good. And the thing is, once you start putting productivity modules in here, for instance, putting productivity in the molten iron and then casting that molten iron into steel with productivity, that gives you like something like 1 1/4 steel for a single iron ore. Not 5 iron ore, the normal iron ore. Normally you need 5 iron ore to make 1 steel. This makes basically more than 6 steel out of a single iron ore. And that's just before you start doing. Mic is on the wrong screen, has been added. Alright, so refresh. I thought I was still on the wrong screen. So that is just way too powerful. And that is before you start doing anything with the steel. All the regular... That's basically you are now at this level. At the smelting level. And you already have like a 600% productivity bonus applied to your stuff. And then you still go to the process of making engines out of it, making blue signs of it, making purple signs out of it, etc, etc. So this is just absolutely insane, just how powerful this is, because it's a 2-step process. So the plan is going to be, we're going to go to Vulcanus first. I'm not going to do anything on Vulcanus. I'm not even going to go for the big mining drills. I'm just going to grab myself a couple stacks of foundries, come back to Norvies, and basically make sure that my very limited ore intakes are gonna be like several times more efficient, more resource efficient in terms of plates. Basically the limiting factor in my playthrough is basically how long my ore patches will last. Those things are just running out super fast all the time, even with the rare mining drills. So if I can set up the foundry chain and just get like, I can get the entire process like up between 5 and 10 times cheaper than I'm currently doing. So every piece of ore will become 5 times the size it currently is doing. So that's a very good boost to have. And all I need to do is basically set up calcite import, then just delete all these furnace stacks, grab my ore melters, put the ore melters in here. And then from that molten iron ore I can just make iron plates literally right here and put it on the belt. So just doing this without productivity modules inside is already going to give me like I think over like what was again 2.25 times the amount of iron plates from the same ore. So it's like 120% productivity bonus, whereas these furnaces are currently limited to, well, if I use productivity, 18% productivity bonus. If I put productivity in here, just quickly check, I've got an Excel open. Of course I've got an Excel open. I suppose we can even go to the Excel. I forgot the hotkey for that. I think it's this. Oh. Alright, so here's the thing for iron plates. You just need to look at this number. So iron plate 2.25 times as I get 2.25 times the iron plate compared to normal, 4.5 times the copper cable and iron gears, 3.75 times the steel. If I put productivity modules in there, the good ones, we get 4 times the iron plates out of our iron ore and almost 8 times the resources if we go directly into copper cable or iron gears. This is absolutely insane. When you start speaking about, okay, this gives me 8 times the resources instead of a 20% productivity bonus, which is 1.2 times the resources. Once you start talking in this many times the resources, you're getting into ridiculous territory compared to what I'm used to in Factorio 1.1. So yeah, the plan is get to Vulcanus, get the foundries, just come back. We're gonna spend like literally, I don't know how long it takes to make a couple stacks of foundries, but that is how long we're gonna stay. We're probably not even gonna fight a demolisher or nothing. We're just gonna bring a rocket silo. I'm gonna need some rocket parts, I suppose. We're gonna have to figure all of that stuff out then. Our goal is to come back to Norvies with some foundries as soon as possible. Click back at the main game. We're gonna need to set up calcite imports here. We're gonna need to set up calcite import, but the amount of calcite you need is approximately 0. Let me go back in the game. You need like 1 calcite to melt 50 ore. I did the math. I can probably go 2000 signs per minute, I figured. So after we get the foundries and also the EM plants to a lesser degree from... I guess we're not done with excelling then. No, we're done with excelling. We're not going to go into that right now, but let me just check real quick. Where is it? I made it a while ago. Alright, so the bottom line is, what it comes down to is, in the base game, this is what we're using for green signs. It's like 7 bells of resources, 1.5 copper and 5.5 iron. The problem with the later game sign specs like yellow and purple signs, they are like literally 10 times the price. So I would need 70 bells of resources for each individual sign spec, for purple signs as well as for yellow signs. They both require on the order of magnitude of 70 bells of resources. But with foundries and to a lesser degree EM plants, 1k SPM yellow and purple signs actually takes approximately this amount of resources. So it becomes very viable to just make yellow and purple signs on Norvese. This is only green signs, not even blue signs. Blue signs currently is eating up almost 20 belts of resources. So that is more than 1k SPM yellow and purple signs combined at the moment. Once we get the EM plants. And I did some calculations, and I can get 2k SPM out of this base with approximately, let me just quickly check the numbers over here. It doesn't fit on my screen. Alright, let me get some predictions in chat. 2k SPM of all sign specs on Norvese. So that means red signs, green signs, military signs included, blue signs, purple signs and yellow signs. All of those sign specs combined. 2k SPM. How many bells of iron and copper? With foundries and EM plants combined. I will tell you, in the base game it would be approximately 150, 200, let's say between 200 and 220 bells. Maybe 200 and 250 bells. Somewhere in that neighborhood. To get all, no, that is wrong. That is for 1k SPM, so it would be about 500 bells. Between 400 and 500 bells of resources, yellow bells of resources, to make 2k SPM of the first 6 sign specs over here. It's absolutely a bonkers amount of resources. I still remember the figure now from the 10k SPM playthrough. Right, everybody is in the right ballpark somehow. Looks like you are already way more experienced with Space Age than I am, but I was incredibly surprised to learn that indeed we need 29 bells of iron ore and 16.5 bells of copper ore. The the discount from the foundry, I should have asked this question. Okay, now you can predict the answer. But what will be the most used resource, you figure? Is it gonna be iron or is it gonna be copper? Out of all the 4 patches, we got if we make something sign, let's say a 2k signs per minute base, what is gonna be the most used ore? Is it gonna be coal? Is it gonna be stone? Is it gonna be copper or is it gonna be iron? What do we need the most of? It's a trick question. Copper, stone, coal, stone for sure, Stone, what is he doing? No, no, no. Okay, Genocide, you are excluded from saying things which appear on the bingo chart. Whenever Genocide says something which is on the bingo chart, it doesn't count. Stone, stone, copper, oil. The old space, probably iron. Stone, of course. Yeah, it's actually, the correct answer is indeed stone. Why stone? Well, stone doesn't have the the good foundry recipes. So we cannot. You can cast concrete in foundries. That is possible. Right. I think I just don't have the tech unlocked in my actual playthrough. Then it doesn't tell you that. Say if we go, let's say we have everything here. Alright, concrete from molten iron, there it is. You can make concrete in foundries, but you cannot make stone bricks in foundries. And you cannot do anything with the stone you mine. That is just raw stone. It is not going through multiple very good productivity steps. So all the stone you need for mostly purple signs will remain incredibly expensive. So stone is, the discount you get on stone is not that great. And also, stone bricks are just made into a regular furnace. They are not. There is no better step than furnaces for making bricks, I believe. So making walls for military signs and making stone bricks for furnaces and just a pure stone for rails for purple signs. That requires a lot of stone. And you cannot get productivity on rails, you cannot get productivity on furnaces. Those are both made in assemblers, they are not made in any of the new special buildings to get discounts from. So yeah, those things just remain incredibly expensive. Which means while all the copper and iron gets like a 10 to 20 to 40 times productivity bonus regarding or depending on how many steps it goes through in all the foundries and the emplants. The stone is basically mined, smelted without any good productivity, made into rails or furnaces without any good productivity, and then just consumed directly into science packs. So stone is by far will become the most used ingredient, which is a bit weird, because the balance for spawning patches on Novice has not really been altered. I think copper and iron are still by far the most plentiful, whereas the stone patches are quite a bit smaller. Like, there is the stone byproduct from Vulcanus. I looked at that as well. Actually, if I make 2k SPM Vulcanus signs on Vulcanus, and let's look at the laser zoom for the moment. If I make 2k SPM signs on Vulcanus, I will get enough stone byproducts to make purple signs on Vulcanus as well at 2k SPM. So that would be really great, you would think, but it's actually not. Because purple signs also requires a ton of red chips, and red chips require a ton of coal, and coal is the most limiting ingredient on Vulcanus. So I either use up the stone to make purple signs, but I will have to spend either a lot of coal or set up some red chip imports to Vulcanus. Or we just eat the coal cost on Vulcanus, which is... No, it is just not viable. The coal cost gets way out of hand. I think even with the advanced coal liquefaction, even with this coal liquefaction technology, it would still consume way too much coal. Purple science requires too much petroleum gas to make that worthwhile. So we would have to set up imports for the red chips. I don't think there's another way. How many rails or electric furnaces fit in a rocket? I think that's fairly limited. The electric furnaces. Are we already sidetracked? No, this is just still intro. My intros are so long they need intros. Yeah, rocket capacity 50 furnaces. I suppose rails... You need a lot of rails, man. Rocket capacity 100. That's one stack. That's enough to make like 3 cycles of science packs. So that is not gonna be worth it. Red chips though, they stack quite decently. 1000 per rocket, 5 stacks. So it is technically possible to import those to Vulcanus, but that's gonna be for later care. The point of doing purple signs on Vulcanus, it's easier to get the stone required, but that introduces just a whole bunch of new problems. So is it then even worth moving it? Or do we just accept that we're gonna need a lot of stone, and we're actually gonna have to expand out to get access to enough stone for purple signs? Yeah, I don't know about that. Do we need purple signs at stupid amounts as well? I think we're gonna have to go purple signs on Vulcanus in the end. If we need there's the good technologies. Those require purple and yellow signs, so we're gonna need a lot of purple signs as well. I don't think I can reliably get enough stone on Northeast to keep making purple signs at the rates required to get to Prometheum, Science Pack and Solar System Edge, so I think we'll end up setting up purple signs on Vulcanus and importing the red chips probably from Northeast, to be honest, because we're not getting that many. I suppose the red chips we are gonna get in access on Vulgora are gonna be used for making modules. Fulgora is probably going to be the module planet. Yeah, I think red chip imports are the way to go. So purple science requires 10 red chips per cycle. You get 3, so it's basically 333 red chips to get 1000 signs without productivity bonus. So we get a little bit, let's say 300 chips for 1k signs. So that's like over 3000, let's say 3000 signs per rocket of red chips. So we need to send 1 rocket launch of red chips to Vulcanus to get 3 rockets worth of purple signs, which also stacks to 1000 in a rocket. That's doable, right? 1 rocket of red chips for 3 rockets of purple signs back to Northeast. That is very, very doable. Productivity modules require only green chips. The problem of this is the plastics. The plastics just requires too much petroleum gas, which we don't have on... we don't have oil on Vulcanus, so we need to make that from coal liquefaction. So it's not so much the coal which you need to make plastics. It is the coal that you need to make all the petroleum gas for plastic, because we have to get that from coal liquefaction. And then at the start we have to get that from basic coal liquefaction even. Or simple coal liquefaction as it's called. And that is just like 10 coal for 50 heavy oil, which then needs to be cracked down into petroleum gas. That is just not gonna cut it. It is like literally like 20 petroleum gas per piece of plastic. You need a stupid amount, an order of magnitude more coal to make the petroleum gas than you do to make the actual plastic directly. So that is not gonna happen. But yeah, red chip imports would be great. Let's check the other recipes then in detail. I think yeah, steel is easy on Vulcanus, stone bricks is easy on Vulcanus. Red chip import, green chips is easy on Vulcanus as well. Red chip import, and then rails, just more steel and iron sticks, which is easy on Vulcanus. I think yeah, we're gonna have to set up purple signs on Vulcanus then. Use up all the stone byproduct from both making the orange science pack. That is gonna make a lot of byproducts from the casting copper into lava recipe. Lava. Yeah, so we're gonna get 15 stone per 250 copper, and we're gonna get another 10 stone per 250 molten iron. So, all that together with the extra stone that we'll be getting from making the purple signs, iron and copper, that is gonna provide enough stone to make the entire 2k SPM purple signs. So yeah, that looks the way to go then. Import red chips and just do purple signs on Vulcanus with the stone byproducts, because there's no way we're getting enough stone in Norvies, not for millions and millions and millions of signs, I don't think. The patches are just not big enough. Plastics or red chips? I think red chips, I think all the chips are pretty compact in terms of sanding. Oh, actually no. 20 stacks, you need a larger spaceship for that, but... Okay, that goes 2000 per rocket. I guess then it makes sense to ship plastics instead of red chips, because we can make it requires 2 plastics to make 1 red chip. So you would say it's the same, but of course it's not, because we can make red chips with productivity bonus on Vulcanus once we've got the EM plants there. So this will basically be almost 2 rockets worth of red chips then. These 2000 plastics will transform into like 1860 red chips eventually, I think. So maybe we'll end up importing plastics then. That would be a lot easier as well. That can just be a direct chain. A bit of oil, a bit of coal, make plastics, direct insert it into rockets. Don't bother with all the red chip infrastructure, iron, copper. We can do that on Vulcanus then from the lava as well. That would actually generate even more stone byproducts, so we are more likely to have enough. I don't know if I think I counted, I did count the copper, I did count the stone byproducts for making red chips in the science equation, I think. So it would be good if we could just ship the plastics. Alright, ship plastics, that is the way to go then. Ship plastics to Vulcanus. Ship plastic from GLEEEBlergh. GLEEEBlergh as though that's gonna be the last planet, I think. Although you never know, I might end up switching to GLEEEBlergh next stream. After I finally realize how good GLEEEBlergh is. I think I got a way to deal with the GLEEEBlergh biters or stompers or strafers or however they're called. I think I know how to deal with them. No, I don't actually know. I will need a key Vulcanus technology to do that. No, disregard that. I do not know how to deal with GLEEEBlergh enemies without going to Vulcanus first. We're gonna need the artillery, I think. But I do have a way to clear GLEEEBlergh and make sure it stays safe, I think. So that's good news. How long has it been? An hour? I will check for you. No, the stream is live for 36 minutes, including all the intro stuff. So not yet. I'm gonna get started. I'm not gonna give you that bingo square. Don't worry. Stone? Yeah, stone from space is not a thing, right? Oh. 5-footed monsters. No space stone, alright. The pollution absorption thing is working exceptionally well. We do have this blinking all the time, but I think we can just switch this off periodically. We don't need this pollution absorption capacity all the time. We're just wasting repair packs. Yeah, we're just wasting repair packs, so we can just let the bots place back the pipes. There's exactly one tile which controls the spawning, freed up in every area. We can just let the pollution spread again a bit, and then just switch it back on, just absorb the pollution cloud in like batches. I think that's way more efficient than just letting it run forever and just being annoyed by this alert all the time. You have to have a mod to switch off alerts, I think. I don't have that. Guess you can switch off the blinking somewhere. But I don't think you can switch it off entirely. Hey, morning SDB. We just did some intro. I didn't play a single second yet. We're gonna switch to Vulcanus. So yeah, we are already on the way. We're already researching Vulgora. But first thing we're gonna do in this stream right now, this moment, 11% research down the drain, over 100,000 science packs. They're not down the drain, we're gonna need them anyway, but flop. Vulcanus is gonna be first. Back to 0%. Now we can see how long the stream has been going. We're researching 1000 signs per minute. We're starting at 0. So every 1000 signs of progress is 1 minute elapsed in the game. That's something. So yeah, we're gonna get the foundries. We're just gonna go there, get the foundries and get out. What do we need to make foundries? We're gonna need some of that tungsten carbide. How much tungsten carbide do you get? Do we need to prepare to kill a demolisher or not? Okay, I guess here we go. Let me load up. I mean, how much tungsten is available on Vulcanus as a whole? I suppose I can figure that out somewhere. The quality machine. I think we also have Vulcanus set up on this one. The science thing. Did I delete everything here? I deleted everything here. Alright, I just want to go to an area, generate all the stuff. Alright, so deconstructing an area this size gives me about 2k tungsten ore. I'm wondering if I can make all my foundries just from letting the bots chop some rocks without actually mining tungsten ore in a demolisher territory, because that's going to require me to take out a demolisher, which is going to take a lot of time. Suppose we can see how we're making the discs here. Every 2 discs become 1 carbide. And we needed 50 for foundry. We need 50 for a foundry, so that's 100 ore for 1 foundry, but foundries can be made into foundries if I'm remembering that correct. So we get 50% extra foundries from the innate 50% productivity bonus. So actually 200 ore gets us 3 foundries, so 2000 ore gets us 30 foundries. So like I said, deconstructing like a screen worth of stuff. I think it's viable to just mine all the tungsten from rocks for the initial batch of foundries. So we just need to... We don't need to worry about killing demolishers just yet, or mining tungsten the regular way. We just gotta land, make some of these discs with carbon. So we need to mine coal, but coal we have in our starting area. Calcite and lava we have in our starting area. Sulfuric acid we have in our starting area. We just need to mine some of that. We can make that into carbon, and we can make that into tungsten carbide, and that into foundries. So the biggest problem is then shipping those foundries back up to space. 5 per rocket. Suppose we're gonna have to figure out then how many foundries we will need for Novice. Yeah, we can mine the rocks everywhere. The demolishers will leave us alone. if we are staying out of there, if we are not just stupid enough to just walk right in front of here, look left and right before crossing between the lava and the demolisher, we should just be able to chop all those rocks at our discretion. The demolishers will not care about that. So I think that is a good enough way to get our first couple foundries. So I can actually do that with my small spaceship, I suppose, because foundries stack to 20. We can only launch up 5 at a time though. So we're gonna need a lot of blue chips, low density structures and rocket fuel to launch up those foundries. I'm probably just gonna send all of that from Norvies, to be honest. We're gonna need to set up calcite to Norvies as well though. We've got a patch over here. We only got the one starter patch, but 742k calcite, that is gonna last a while. If I look back in my Excel, even the 2k SPM, even doing 2k SPM of all Norwegian science packs, including purple and yellow science, which we don't even have right now, will only require, it will still require less than a yellow belt of calcite for all of that. That is insane. That's gonna cost me 817 calcite per minute. So we have 742k calcite, but we have 20% mining productivity bonus. It's actually 890. It's gonna be mined by big mining drills. So even with normal quality big mining drills, that's gonna double. We're gonna have 1.8 million calcite. If we go for rare mining drills, we could multiply that by another 1.5. So let's say somewhere around 2 million calcite. So this starter patch is good enough to make 2k SPM of all Norwegian science packs, including yellow and purple, for about 40 hours. So yeah, I think we will be fine setting up calcite imports for the current base we've got, which is just going to be doing up to blue signs. Okay, we don't need an extra calcite patch. This is going to be good enough, even with normal quality big mining drills. Alright, get back my chat windows. If you do GLEEEBlergh first, you can get calcite from space. Wrong. Pretty sure that's wrong. Because you're kind of forgetting about one small little detail. You need... Where is it? Is it even further down the line? It is here. You need advanced asteroid processing, which costs 2 million blue, purple and yellow signs. How we're gonna make those without I suppose you mean eventually. Yeah, you're not talking about off the get-go. Sorry about that, I misinterpreted it probably. Yeah, but eventually we can get calcite from space at some rate. But calcite from Vulcanus is such a joke. I mean, it's so cheap. We do need to send 2 rockets per minute in the end game, like 1.5 rocket per minute, something like that. So we might actually do calcite from space once it becomes available. Alright. Does that count the stream dying? Don't tell me the stream died. Let's look at the graph. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked already. You can count the central square. The central square should be lit on everybody's bingo chart right now. And maybe if you have the sidetracked while being sidetracked, I don't know if that already happened. That might have happened already as well. I'm not really keeping track of my own sidetracks. Alright, let's do something. Let's do something. Maybe. Make progress. First of all, we'll do the hot swap. And now the counter starts running. 16 hours and 40 minutes. I think it's about time I delete the music playlist extension mod, because we're getting into the stage where we're switching between planet views a lot now. I'm not sure killing demolishers is gonna be that easy. Maybe it's gonna be still okay, but I've got no shooting speed upgrades. So my turrets will be shooting like 2.5 times. I need 2.5 times the turrets to shoot at the same rate as endgame turrets. And I have 2 damage upgrades. Basically, we're gonna need like probably between 5 and 10 times the turret firepower to shoot at the demolisher, and that many turrets simply don't fit. The turrets have a limited range, and you normally already use up a pretty large area of that. So I'm not really sure we can actually do the DPS to kill the demolisher. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it doesn't sound trivial. I didn't test any of that yet. Alright, let's get a quick overview of what the base was doing. Okay, iron is running out in here. 77k. We are using a little bit of the steel, I think. Let me outfit this with one of those lane balancer thingy things. It's not a lane balancer, but it allows everything to go on both sides of the belt. So we can also empty out the side of furnaces which are currently just full. Alright. I'm just gonna... I made notes what I did last stream. So what did we do last stream? Last stream we killed a couple biters, then we reclaimed 500 rare mining drills. We built a bunch of mining patches. A bunch of patches to make sure science keeps going while we are off to another planet. Looks like we're gonna be off to another planet for a short amount of time though. Yeah, then we figured out the ludicrous discounts that foundries give us. I caved against chat pressure and made biter zoos to combat pollution. So this is all your fault. There goes my challenge run, no base defense. I would argue this is not base defense. But you can count it as you like. Everything is good now except copper for red chips. We will need at least 2 more copper patches, which we cleared last time on the right side. We have 80,000 red chips in stock. Let's check that. And that should be good enough. Yeah, 80,000. We're running at a deficit. This is producing 2k red chips per hour short of what we need. So this will last 40 hours. If we research only blue techs. So we can research the entirety of these 2 technologies from our red chip buffer at the moment, if we keep copper supplied at the inputs. We also have several 100k steel to 8 engines. That is going to be for... Right, yeah, remember now, steel, we're using this steel to 8 engine production, 270k steel remaining. It would be good if that runs out, because we can make steel way more efficient once we get back from Vulgora. This is our steel mine. It is no longer enough to compress 5 belts, even with all drills running. So we're gonna be relying on this bank of steel for a while, I suppose. Because it's better to spend it and then just make new steel with the foundries once we're back for a much lesser iron ore cost. So what are the things we need to do then? I think this is all outdated. I'll delete that in my own time. We need a... I have a small personal spaceship, but that's not gonna do for Vulcanus. I have two... this is the new one, I think. Yeah, the double furnace one. This is my personal spaceship. It's really tiny. There's some gun turrets around to protect everywhere. It just makes fuel in the back. Has exactly enough power to stay in orbit above Vulgora, which doesn't have a lot of sun. 4 smelters and some asteroid collectors. No nothing. No cargo base even. Everything fits in here. It would be good for Vulgora. It's also going to be good to get us to Vulcanus, but we will need a calcite hauler to bring calcite back to Norvis. So we should probably have to design that somewhere along the way. So calcite hauler. Calcite doesn't stack very high, probably just 50. The stack size 50, rocket capacity 10 stacks. We're going. Oh wait. This might be more. Yeah, I forgot about that, right? I just thought let's just get a couple foundries and come back and use the foundries, but we cannot use the foundries without the calcite. I kind of overlooked that. I know that you need calcite, but I kind of forgot that we need to set up automated calcite, which means we need to set up automated rockets on Vulcanus. Now we do get 500 calcite per rocket. I'll just check in Excel real quick, change the science number only for red, green and blue signs. We don't need a lot, looks like. Currently we're doing 1 KSPM. Uh, 34. Looks like we're gonna be using this is already with EM plans and everything, but with EM plans and everything we would need 60 calcite a minute. So I suppose we'll need at least double that. Let's say 150 calcite a minute, which is 1 rocket launch every 6 minutes with calcite. Something like that. Can just make that on Norvis. Could spend our banks of... I got banks of blue chips, which I pre-made. If I just send these over to Vulcanus for rockets, that might be a good reason to actually have made all these things, because it would be way more efficient to have made these in EM plans instead of just stashing them up like this. I tried to get a good amount of rare chips, but it's just not happening on Norvies, man. I got like 200 something rare blues for like 16 full chests of blue chips right here. It's just with quality 1 modules, it's just not happening, even with the rare ones. So I might just send these off to the other planets. We are forced to load those onto board with bots, I believe. Inserters will only insert those things into these slots. So yay, we're gonna have a bot network, or like network is maybe a bit much, but we're gonna have a bot something then, a small localized bot area to load that onto rockets. I don't think I want to... Do I want to produce that? I definitely do not want to produce the blue chips on Vulcanus just yet, because of the plastic cost. Low density structures, even when you cast them, I mean, this is a very efficient recipe to make low density structures, of course, but we need to get the plastics from somewhere, and that we could just ship plastics, right? We could just follow the same principle, ship plastics to Vulcanus. Maybe we should already start doing that, ship plastic to Vulcanus, and then set up the entire infrastructure for making rocket parts on Vulcanus itself. Blue chips is sulfuric acid, which is literally pumped out of the ground. Red chips is just that plastics again, with free iron and copper. Yeah, we should already... You know, we're not gonna ship this to Vulcanus. I am gonna stop stashing it into chests though, so... yeah, just save up my Norwegian resources as much as possible. We're gonna need to set up plastic to Vulcanus, which means, yay, we do not need a bot network, we just need plastics. And then we can actually set up rocket part production on Vulcanus. What about rocket fuel? Does that require coal on Vulcanus, or how is that made? Jelly, ammonia, solid fuel, light oil. Ooh. We might ship in rocket fuel to Vulcanus. We can get 100 on a rocket, and it takes about 40. This is the rocket fuel equation in Factorio. If it would be more expensive to ship rocket fuel, it would not be worth it. But it looks like we can get 100 rocket fuel on a rocket, and then we need 40 rocket fuel to make a rocket on Vulcanus to launch back calcite to Norvies. Because it looks like rocket fuel is gonna require a lot of light oil, which means a lot of coal, because there is no oil on Vulcanus. There's only simple coal liquefaction, which is way too expensive. Alright, so ship in rocket fuel and plastics then, I suppose. Let me know if that's a good plan. I've got Excel on the background. I suppose just one calcite per 50, or hey, I'm doing some productivity. I'm doing some productivity, so let's just count one calcite per... This is doing 900... Oh wait, this is not a full belt, these are full belts. 900 a minute, right? Which is 15 a second. 15 a second for a belt, which means every... Let's say every 4 belts is 1 calcite per second. And we're doing about 30 belts of resources. Let's round it up, 8 calcite a second. That's like 1 belt of calcite. That cannot be correct. That is not accounting for any productivity. Maybe I need to be a bit more precise with this calcite calculation. Or maybe we just we can just accept a lower SPM number just for a while. I mean, we did the 1k SPM base. It's gonna disappear anyway after we get Vulcanus and EM plants from Vulgora. We're gonna have to do a complete rebuild, including my very nice red chip area. I really like how this fits under the labs. It is super compact, every single space is occupied. Somehow it fits in this footprint over here, including all the throughput, and it just works somehow. Just all divided by 50. I'm not really planning to rebuild science just yet, so we are just gonna get the foundry part. I am planning to use productivity modules, I think. I did make a design earlier which could smelt. It smelts an entire belt of copper ore into molten copper. Same for iron, I suppose. I know there is no stone byproduct here, so we don't need to deal with the byproduct. Literally have 15 inserters inserting copper ore and it becomes molten copper. This is calcite. So it's just for 4 of those rare productivity modules to smelt away an entire belt of copper. And we can just plop these together. It does require some rare speed modules too though. But still, that is not too many modules for an entire belt of smelting copper. And that turns into 4 belts of plates almost, but if we also do the plate recipe. How fast is the plate recipe? Oh, that is not very fast at all. That's just normal smelting time. Thanks Boy for the 17 months. Hey everyone, hope you're having a great Sunday. Hope you have fun too. How many belts of copper do we need? Not a lot. Currently we're using 10 belts of copper. 7.5 of which are for red chips. I remember that goes down to 3 with just EM plants. So if we also introduce foundries, it's probably gonna go down to like 1.5 belt of copper. Or something in that order of magnitude. So we're gonna need a bunch of foundries to smelt copper plates then. This is like one... Foundries have a big crafting speed, right? Crafting speed 4, alright. So crafting speed 4, that is quite good. That means... if we make copper plates... 3.2 seconds, but it's gonna be crafting speed 4. So it's 0.8 seconds per 2 plates. So it's 2.5 plates a second, 6 foundries for a yellow belt, if not sped up. I think we can start off with just productivity moduling the first step and just use the 50% productivity bonus to make the plates for the second step. So that way we get... yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Just put in a single belt of copper, make it into molten copper with super productivity, and then just the actual recipe for copper plates. We are just gonna use normal foundries, probably with efficiency modules, because we don't have all that much spare power, and foundries are quite power hungry. I think that's a good way to do it. Let me note that down on the lake as well. plastics plus rocket fuel ship hauler to Vulcanus. I suppose that can be the same hauler. We need to ship plastics and rocket fuel and bring back calcite. Yeah, confirm. Rocket fuel. And it's a hauler. Yeah, now we got it complete. That's basically a ship which we need to design. One ship to design to do that kind of stuff. Suppose we'll figure out the actual build once we're on Vulcanus itself. That won't be too much of a hassle, I don't think. Just setting up rocket part production from the imported plastics plus the molten iron stuff. The lava stuff. That should be fine. We just need to figure out how big the cargo bay needs to be. We can make the trip. We have to fly at a limited speed because of a low damage situation. We might be able to build a laser ship since we're flying between Vulcanus and Novis. And Vulcanus has super powerful sun, especially in space. So that way we don't need to do the whole ammo production thing. Man, that's gonna be an editor session, isn't it? The ones with editor mode for 1 hour are probably gonna be happy if it's on your bingo chart. Here we're going to rare prot 2 melting ore, and then efficiency for casting, I suppose it's called, casting plates in the foundries. That is the plan then for Novis. So that's going to be the quick and dirty rebuild once we get back from Vulcanus, to just save a bunch of ores. We'll just redirect all these belts. Hopefully we can build it in the same footprint over here. I think we will be able to do that. And we're just going to leave everything else intact until we've got the full set of building materials. Alright, let's symbolize that. Now we're just going to have like a bunch of foundries. Suppose it's 6 foundries then. To make a yellow belt of plates. So I suppose maybe I'll just update that blueprint. Can I put efficiency modules in here? Do I have to use editor mode for that? I'll make a copy then. That is kinda meh. That's the idea then. Super productivity beaconed build. It does minimum energy. It's why the efficiency beacons are here. It's fast enough to convert an entire belt of copper ore into molten copper with maximum productivity and minimum energy consumption. And then the infinite fluid network will just pump that out to the copper plate makers. We'll probably have a couple of these stations, maybe more than this, but that's going to be the main idea once we're back. And maybe we should do a bunch more editor mode stuffing. Okay, it doesn't really matter how many foundries we need. We're gonna have a hauler anyway. We can just stuff a couple ones on the haulers. We can fly back if we need more. It is not it is 1000 times science cost, not 1000 times space travel cost. So flying back and forth between planets is 1000 times less annoying than it usually is. I suppose. That should be on the bingo chart as well, I suppose, that I make some sort of weird analogy how the game is actually 1000 times easier in some way because we are playing on 1000 times science cost. That's a guaranteed hit for every stream as well, I suppose. Right? 2%. Let's look at this list. Is there anything else I need to do on Novice? Yeah, another 1 or 2 red chip copper mines. Build a personal spaceship. Prepare for big mining drill production. We're gonna postpone that. It's not needed just yet. Vulgora shopping list. Yeah, right. We don't have that anymore. I don't think we're gonna need the full... Like, we have another 15 hours of research remaining or so in Vulgora. I think we could prepare for Vulgora already as well if we run out of things to do. I think we're just gonna start by playing some actual boring regular Factorio. As to say, we need to make sure our copper belts stay full for red chip production, yada yada yada. So we are going to set up these 2 copper mines which we cleared last time. We have this one set up already. It's kind of located in the biter. It's already running out, man. Look at that. Set up in the biter base partially. We have this copper patch, 6 million. I suppose we have this copper patch, which was a sneaky one. We were planning to mine from this for a while. These biters kinda... Let me switch off the unit group. These biters kinda invalidated that. There's now a biter base in this chunk over here. So I suppose we need to get rid of those if we want to mine this. It's a tinier patch. But yeah, we will need that to keep red chips running. And then I can conserve like the good patches over here. I can just set up this once with big mining drills, hopefully. And then just let it run indefinitely. Okay, it's just worms. Big mining drills, foundries, and that will basically run for practically forever. That's just for fun. Look at how much copper ore we spent so far. We produced 70 million copper ore so far, like straight up 70 million. This patch has 11 million in the ground. With rare mining drills it will have 33 million in the ground. Rare big mining drills, let's say 30 million. 30 million in the ground. And then we're gonna convert that to like 10 times the resources that it currently is. So this patch is basically worth 300 million copper ore, which is literally like an order of magnitude more than all the copper we have managed to produce in the first 257 hours of the game. Man, foundries are just broken. Foundries are just... Vulcanus is just broke. Space Age is just broke. Everything is broken. Everything is broken. Alright. Okay, let's prepare to play some actual Factorio. Looks like I did not clear out my inventory. Yeah, I had no time to do anything in between the last stream and this stream in terms of Factorio related stuff. So sorry about this. That is a suspicious 10 magazines. 10 magazines can only mean one thing. There is another pistol of shame into this chest now. Let's just throw it in here. Nobody will ever find out. Alright, so we got a bunch of mining drills still. How does this game work again? This is enough to set up a patch. Just clear that out a bit. Okay, we're gonna need a lot of yellow bells. A lot of underground. But not this much. Some red underground to span large distances. Sure. Inserters we don't need. We need some power lines. Still doing everything off the normal wooden power lines. Looks like that's gonna stay that way for a while. Underground pipes. Okay, I have those in here. We need more modules. How big is that patch gonna be? Probably approximately this size. That is 100 drills only. 1, 2, that is 100. Let's take for 200 drills. That should do 250. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 300 drills. I have 300 drills. Let's take efficiency modules for 300 drills. Throw all random garbage in a chest so I can take more stuff. Contrary to my own video, I'm just taking exactly the stuff which I need, so I cannot make anything on location. Not really. Sure. Gotta keep a little bit of inventory space free. Maybe something like that. We have a stack of copper. We could just take a stack of copper cable to make power lines if we need to. But that turns into like 4 stacks of power lines. Alright. Here we go. Playing Factorio. Build copper mines for red chips. Some plain out boring Factorio. Vulcanus shopping list. You are right. We need to add a Vulcanus shopping list. Here I am again. Reading chat way too late. I'm not even sure what's gonna be on there. Let's just give it a planet symbol. Vulcanus shopping list. Suppose a rocket. Let's first go set up the mining jobs. Let me just take a quick look. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Right, space science is in production. So that's all good. There goes space science. Purple science was done doing its stuff. The question is... right. There's one question. Originally I was planning to do elevated railways. Before going to set up Vulgora science. Do I do this on this temporary setup? It would be very good to get elevated railways for Vulgora. Because it would allow me to set up my quality machine with like ore import, so it just keeps running. The quality module maker can make like it keeps running for about over 5 million of scrap production. I build it that way. It does not lock up until over 5 million scrap has been consumed, and in that time it can make 1,000 rare Mark II productivity modules before locking up. So it would be good to get elevated railways before going to Vulgora, which would require doing something like that. A problem with this is steel. If I want to do this, I need to conserve my steel instead of spending it on engines. Got 270k steel left, and we require it somewhere. Yeah, we require 650k steel to research elevated railways. So if I want to do that, I need to make sure engines can, steel can keep being produced on Northeast. I would probably just make a steel platform then. Should I just do that? Just make a platform that produces steel? Let's think about that while we go. Hey, thanks Jamacha for the 1.5 year of subscription. Sorry, I only see it now. Looks like the ch sound is getting... I'm getting too used to the ch sound, and it's getting... How is it called? Blanketed out? No. Like people who live next to an airport don't hear planes anymore. What's the word for that? I cannot seem to find it. Bada bing, bada boom. Ignored. Is it that simple? That is a simple. That word I should have. No, not really ignored. You don't ignore it. You just don't hear it at all. Tuned out, filtered out, saturated. Accustomed. Yeah, maybe you get accustomed. No, but accustomed still means you hear it, right? I should be careful. I'm out in biter territory now. Where am I even going? I should be over there. Of course, I'm just walking. This does not count for the I get stuck in a forest while reading chat. I just walked in a completely wrong direction, which is, I guess, similar, but not exactly as described on the bingo chart, so it doesn't count. Yeah, filtered out. I think filtered out, or yeah, desensitized. There's not a clear English word for it. We do have one in Dutch though. I cannot remember it. It's been a while since I spoke Dutch to anyone. Oh god. I'm forgetting my own native language. Wait, I have stuff, man. I have armor, I have bots. I could do the hot swap kind of thing. Let's just throw some belts in a chest here. Skibidi it out. That is too cringe for a man of my age to say. How did we do that? We just switched off the rover port. We want to bring it out that way, so frontmost is over here. Backmost is over here, so that actually fits exactly. Left, right. Okay, we could be this far out. Alright, that overlaps, so we can go one tile further to the north. Alright, so that's our alignment. Yeah, that's gonna be our alignment. Let's try to build it smartly again, because our bots, energy stuff, blah 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 blah. One further to the south. Habituation is the word for when the brain learns to filter. Yeah, that is the word I was looking for. I thought I knew that word, but I don't. Like the eyes do to your nose. Now that you say it, yeah. I'm not building this in a aesthetically pleasing way. Alright, let's not care about aesthetically pleasing ways for once. I just get it done. Maybe we should sometimes try getting stuff done. That might help with progress and stuff. And there's a lot of drills. 150. I bet there's a bunch of nonsense drills in there. That's not one of them. Yeah, rare drills are still a little bit rare. If I don't really need to place them, kinda want to pick them up. That's 14k. Yeah, that we don't need that either. We need that one. That one. There's no copper here at all. No, alright. There was a tree which did not need to get chopped. Alright, so that's probably our the state at which we're gonna build this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should maybe just make a blueprint to make like a 4x4 balancer out of 6 lanes. I've been using that for a while now. I think I got one somewhere, maybe on this very thing over here. No, we need some radar coverage here as well, actually, together with the other copper mine. Let's quickly place one on the other copper mine as well before I forget, and then we'll figure out how the belts come over. Alright, I think I just want to mix them in with this one. Did I not already make a curse splitter contraption which could do that? I remember in the early game somewhere over here we brought 4 belts into another 4 belts. That looks like something which we could use here as well. We kind of have to figure out though. There was like a there is a quality coal belt in there somewhere, which is this one. So this is actually offset by 1 tile. These 4 belts come here. So the bottom belt does not exist here. So this belt does not exist. Is it then still epic enough? I think that's fine. We can still build this into here. I'm not sure if that should count like a new contraption. Oh, it's supposed to fit something like this then. So we need these bells to come in here. Potentially I would just move this over down a little bit. And then bring the new bells in over here. I think that would be okay as well. Let's see if we can go on the spot. Whiter base. Okay, we're already there. So yeah, looks like we can. Go on this part. Copper patch is up there. Alright. Okay, the first part works. Alright, so this flows, that is good. Let's add back the light. Do I not have a light? I have no light. Alright, then we will not do a light. Can I also just go straight with power? Yeah, I think we can. Okay, we know the alignment will bring the bells back on the way back then. I will try to draw this power line out in a straight line, something which is annoyingly hard to do, even in endgame Factorio, until you get the mech armor. Hey, thanks Repucci for the half year of subscriptions. I'm getting accustomed to the sound again. Gotta find a way to bring that in here without sacrificing too many trees. And hopefully we can bridge this. Wait, I actually don't really care anymore about trees. I forgot about that part. Yeah, let's try to figure out my own universal 4x4 splitter thingy thing from 6 bells. Actually, I'll do it this way. So those are the outcoming bells. We'll start off with a 4x4 splitter. I'll build it from the ground up. I'm probably gonna red belt that. I haven't played Factorio for like a week and I already forget all the designs. Okay, that one looks okay. Alright, so that's in the center. I suppose we want the two central belts are always the sickest, the most rich. I do like to input priority the center. These could come in over here. And then the extra bells, should I just join them only in here, or should I also join them in the center? Those are like the helper bells, I suppose. I suppose we'll just match them in here. Try to keep things simple. I am going to put these squiggle things on. I suppose this could have its own squiggle thing. Alright, and then this often can be more than a yellow belt. And it's gonna be used the last, so I probably want to upgrade. I've got to bring any normal red belts, that is dumb. But we probably want to upgrade this part then. Okay, I'm not sure exactly which part to upgrade here and which is not necessary, so let's just do this. 34 belts. I think I can handcraft those. Oh. It's gonna take a while, but that's okay. I think I figured out then the blueprint. No, you don't. I saw you, Mr. Bot. Do I do input priority here as well? I think no, I'll just let the edges run out naturally, so I won't input priority this. Only this will get input priority. I think that's gonna be the blueprint for the mining drill thing. And then we'll just have yellow belts coming out of the end again. Something like that. That should not limit throughput too much. In general, these patches are just about big enough to support a yellow belt anyway. Unless you got a obscenely large patch, in which case we can just update the relevant belts. So we'll just use this as our like 6-4 joiner. Doesn't need to be perfect. You don't need the perfect belt balancer things. I don't know, we're just gonna call it 64, plop it in somewhere over. Oh, let's just pop it here. So now we can use it every time instead of having to manually go around it every time. You know, I should really compactify this a bit. Something like that. And I would have needed less red belts. Alright. Top belt, top splitter missing. I'm getting paranoid. I think it's correct. No, it's correct. Squiggle thing is the technical term for lean belts. I think it's right? Let me know if it's not right, but it looks okay. Finally, it's been 257 hours and it took me this long. After mining my, I don't know how many 20th mining patch, I finally built a cap to put on the top. I suppose this will also do when there's only 4 outputs. We can just not use this last part. Right. Time to switch it on. I'll override that save. Underground belt downgraded. How the heck did I do that? Probably also in the blueprint then. Right, so now this is probably, yeah, this is like 37 drills. That's more than a yellow belt can do. But because this splitter has 2 outputs, it does not limit throughput as if it would have only 1 output. So we only need the red belt from this point on. We should get out 4 belts over here. Yeah, we immediately get out 4 compressed belts, so that's good. Now we just zip it back to the start. If I'm gonna be drawing it like this, I really ought to do the... I messed it up. I also should make a blueprint for this. I do this often as well. This is pretty quick to do, so I think I'm not gonna bother. Probably quicker to just do that every time than to go into the blueprint menu and find the correct blueprint. What? Okay, yeah, there was another section over there. How's it going with the bingo charts? Does anybody already have like 3 or 4 in a line? Did anyone already have a bingo? Let's ask that one first. Okay, last guardrail springs up as well. Yeah, we have biter zoos. I'm probably gonna switch those off. Question is, should I upgrade this entire belt to red? And then mix it in with this belt over here. I would need a lot of red belts to do that. About 3,000 red belts. I know we don't need the last part over here. About 2,000 red belts, maybe. I think that might be worth it. Because we need 7.5 belts of copper. We can get most of that from here if the throughput is high enough. So yeah, I think we are gonna do that. And we can also later connect up this patch still, I suppose. That's gonna require you gotta create to destroy. That's gonna require some more lasering. I suppose we can go out and build that mine. We have the stuff on us now to set it up. Okay, we are input prioritying. I think we'll do neutral. So we are drawing from both patches at the same time. No, I'm not getting stuck in rocks and trees while reading chat. I got stuck in my pipes. That doesn't count. Does not count for the bingo chart. Sucks to be you. Things are being damaged. Yes, we got the biter zoos. Let's just look at the biter zoos. For let's find the double one that shoots twice as fast, twice as much. So we have pollution absorbers for over here, and we have to kill those things slow enough so that they get summoned to form an attack group. That is the moment the nests spend the pollution they absorbed, and that frees up space for absorbing new pollution. So that's why we are killing these biters so slowly. But they do get the chance to bite a couple walls in the process. So we have outlined every row port with 700 repair packs that should last a couple dozens of hours per site, so we should be okay with that. As a result, our pollution cloud now looks like this, instead of the massive blob it was before. This is really effective. A little bit dangerous to set it up basically right before we're going away, but you know, live life on the edge and all that kind of stuff. Can I even walk past here without aggroing those guys? I think they should not see me behind the trees. That is definitely how Factorio works. And just hide. If there's a forest between you and the biters, they cannot see you. You can just safely walk at any distance. Don't take my advice. Don't take my advice. This is an island copper patch. We are... It's a bit annoying to set up. Should I do this? I think I will. Prep. Hey, Mike misspells save game name. I meant to write prep. Is this the U expensive science factory? Yeah, this is the 1000 times science cost playthrough. Copper ore goes all the way out here. I don't there's these forests will do a good job of absorbing pollution. I only really need to neutralize this base. It's gonna bring in a couple biters from adjacent ones. Well, if we take these out. But I still think we should be okay. I'm gonna belt it out past here. Yeah, let's just try to set up the water edge. Do I use landfill? I can use landfill here. That should be okay. Exactly, not mine everything. You know what? Do we really need this? No, you know what? We're gonna have big mining drills soon. Let's not overanalyze this. We'll just set up without deconstructing too many forests. I predicted I can take 3/4 of belt. I actually think I can take a bit more. Like a full belt should be possible. 16, so let's double this. That's basically all the trees I'm gonna try to chop. And once we have big mining drills, we can more easily mine this patch out without any ill side effects. I'm not gonna obsess over saving trees. Just doing this. We have a red belt, so we can bridge this gap. Okay, do not obsess over saving trees, he said right before he started obsessing over saving trees. Alright, I think that's connected. This needs to hook up into the back of somewhere over here. So this actually is going to go up. Then we'll bring power back here. It's a weird line. Let's go right next to the solar farm. Alright. Our copper mine is there. We are on this line. It's gonna go through a biter base. It's also gonna go through a lake, so we're gonna have to turn somewhere. I guess I'll just work that in. Alright. Let's stay on the cliff then. This is going to be very annoying when I need to expand my solar farm. I'm not really planning on needing to expand my solar farm, to be honest. I think if we need more power, we're going to have to go like nuclear or something. Alright. Can we make a single turn? No. Alright. This line it is. Yeah. We'll just plow straight through the forest without any regard. Vulcanus is first target now. Next stream it might be GLEEEBlergh. You never know. We might go to GLEEEBlergh first. Okay, now I need another curse splitter. This should be easier. Just split this into 4. Didn't we already do that somewhere as well? I don't know. Yeah, this should be easy. This is just some trapezoid kind of thing. It's not a trapezoid. I don't know how to call this. Something like this it was, I suppose. And then just close it up. Something looks off, but can like single gap bridge this, can we not? This is not very beautiful. Suppose it's gonna do. Does this count like a cursed splitter contraption? It might. What's happening now? Yeah, we are connecting more ore mines in preparation for our absence. Basically, most importantly, steel and red chips, they need to keep running while we are away. Wait, this is not gonna go past the lake. Yeah, we need to go closer. That kind of sucks. Mike obsesses over power pole placement. I know the bingo chart already way too well, apparently. Gotta get some bingos in there. Oh, now we are... Why am I drawing power from over there? Tell me, please. I mean, this is literally my power station. You know, it's a redundant connection, so I suppose that's good. There we go. That was the intent, to make a redundant power connection. That's why streaming is hard. When you're just editing videos, you can always pretend that something was the original idea, right? But that doesn't so much fly when you're live streaming. Did I make a mistake? I made a mistake. This belt should not be there. And this belt should not be there. Don't know how that got in there. Alright, the super... Those were holes in the original blueprint. Yeah. And the super force build does not filter those out, obviously. So that still goes wrong. You get used to this, the super force overwriting a bit too easy, and then the empty spaces remain on the build and basically mess up the curved splitter contraptions. This used to be dangerous, but it's not anymore. Let's obsess over placing power poles a bit more. Alright, now we can go straight line it again. Another bingo. The Mike obsesses over power poles placement is already on the map, or on the bingo chart. I would say that one is a cross-off at this point. Alright, another safe, I suppose, third copper mine. Gotta avoid hitting 1k saves. Okay, efficiency modules are in there. We gotta monitor this a bit because this guy is actually not very far away. One, 2, 3, 4, but it's all forested chunks. I have hopes that this can all get absorbed by this forest, but we'll find out in a little bit, I suppose. Let's also put a radar here. It looks like some of those radars are gonna be hard to reclaim, a little. I will just have to keep this running and see how it does, I suppose. I am this close to bingoing. Third misspell, it's only on the chart once. Let's watch it flow around the lake. And I do a little bit of stretching. Does it count as Mike ignoring chat after he messes up? I guess yes. No, it doesn't really. I did eventually see it because of chat. No, it doesn't count. Does not count. Switch off that square. Does not count. Underwater power cables. Alright, so we'll just let this filter flow in as well. This is gonna flow much faster. I'm gonna set input priority on whatever comes from this direction, just to simulate how it will be like if this runs constantly. And we're gonna pick up like 2k red belts to upgrade this section. Not this part yet, but from over here, I suppose. So maybe I should have fed it into this section. It's 8 belts, it's fine. It's 8 belts. We can actually set priority on the other side. Use this up first. Bingo chart, I've got one line and really close to 2 more that are all... Feel free to throw some screenshots of your bingo cards in Discord so I can evaluate my performance after the stream. The more squares are on, the more I messed up, probably. It is not very promising if you already almost have 3 lines complete. And the stream has only gotten just started. Just a quick question, why no trains? For the bingo players, I guess that's a legitimate question. Why no trains? I like bells. Also trains, I don't have automated railways yet, which costs 200,000 signs, which is over 3 hours of research. So yeah, I could have trains if I spent over 3 hours more on research. But why not research useful things instead of that for the moment? Well, why not research useful things which are actually required to progress the game instead of sidetracking to get technologies which would be nice to have, but which we don't really need to progress. So I don't have substations, I don't have trains, I don't have fast inserters, I don't have the car. I mean, science progress is the limiting factor. It's 1000 times slower in this game, so any technology that we can avoid, we have been avoiding so far. But the real answer is just I like bells. I'm a belt guy. But I can pretend that's the reason. Let's pretend that that is the reason. Alright, what were we here to do again? I think we were picking up red belts. So let's just switch out to a normal amount of these. I suppose we're gonna pick up those a lot. I don't actually... I do have 1k reds. What am I talking about? 2k reds should be enough, so let's take 3k. Am I brave enough? I think we're gonna take the laser turrets as well. We only need to take out one base there, right? Is it already stable? Still going up a bit. I think we're gonna be fine. It's not gonna reach this chunk. It's not gonna happen. This tile is too powerful. I know, only 7.88 a minute. But then there's 2 more forest tiles. Yeah, we don't need lasers. I think that's gonna be stable for the rest of the game. Come on, Biter, show up while I walk here. Behemoth. I did not forget the red bells. Yeah, for Vulgora I will need the trains. So I think I'm gonna research them at that point. I might set up trains after rebuilding the entire base with foundries and EM plants. But even... Okay, this is also blocked off. I thought I missed that base. We could just set up bells then as well, because with big mining drills and the EM plants and whatnot, all of our patches will last like 20 to 40 times as long, something insane like that. Ore has still not arrived. We already went back to the base back here again. Ore is still going on the yellow belt. It takes a while for the ore to get where it needs to be, but once it gets there, it just never stops flowing until the entire mining patch is depleted. They cannot... you don't need to worry about throughput with like rail throughput, efficient rail networks, refueling trains. You don't get killed by trains constantly if you use belts. You can just safely stay on those. So there's a bunch of okay reasons to not use train. Notice I don't use the word good, I say okay. Right, so I suppose we will use upgrade planner in like bunches. I think that's the fastest way to do it without missing anything. You can. I don't think you can underground belt through the oil ocean anyway. So even if it was that close by, you cannot underground through the oil. If I remember correct, you can not do that with lava. I think you also cannot do that with underground with the heavy oil ocean. Oh, this is going to be annoying. Somebody insisted on building this through the forest, apparently. I might not have enough... Yeah, I'm not gonna have enough red undergrounds for this. Alright. So be it. We'll just plow our way through. I'm gonna pick up so much copper ore. Alright. So those will stay. You can with the oil ocean. Okay, I didn't know that. You can underground belt through the oil ocean. I guess you can underground belt through water. You just cannot through lava. Weird though, so they caught that for lava, but they decided not to do that for... Not to do that for the oil then. How about an Aquilo? I mean, it makes sense on the... I guess... No, why would it make sense under lava but not under oil and water? It's either shallow enough to tunnel under or it's not. Okay, I'm reaching the point where I want to join this. Alright, let's have a quick check if this is actually flowing at red belt speed. Looks like, so we did not miss a yellow belt somewhere. Okay, it is flowing at red belt speed from the source. If I had accidentally left a yellow belt in there somewhere, that would not have been the case. Now we get ready for another cursed belt contraption, I suppose. No, we don't need to filter it in here. Oh, I have not enough belts then. We need to filter it all the way... Yeah, if we just bring this all the way up here. No, we kind of do want to split this out over here, I suppose. So we can go yellow belt here, and just mix all of this in with whatever is coming from the bottom here. This batch is 2.3 million, so it's already starting to run out decently fast anyway. Alright, so we gotta make this into an 8 belter then. I guess same contraption. Oh god. I think we can use the same. As such. Except the 4 belts which come in already are 4 belts. We do have this belt to worry about. That needs to be able to pass through. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is too far. So I suppose we'll just have these belts come in at the point where they need to come in. Then the quality ore belt can still go through. Not over here, but over here. That's the quality ore belt, and then we got the other 4 belts. Alright. Looks like we are filling this in just for fun. So that is how it should come in then. So we should split this into 8 bells, and that has to connect to this contraption. This will then get built just on top of this somehow. Right. Let's get the rest of my coffee out for dehydrate. Then I'll switch to some water. No, I did not write the bingo board. The bingo board idea was came up with by Obsolete Alien, one of a regular viewer. He made most of the lines on there, and it was implemented by Jaap Marcus, who did it through some coding with GitHub. I don't exactly know how all that stuff works, but he made it into something functional. Alright, so now I want to wrench this out. I should be able to use this to take out stuff as well. One, either this way or the other way. I think it's gonna be this way. Alright, and then 2 yellow bells come out. So this has got to go underground. 2 yellow bells come out. Slightly too long. Can do that in one go. Alright, the cursed contraption definitely has got to be marked by now. Even the music is cursed. Some more diagonal basing for the diagonal base fence. Alright, now we just gotta line this up with this thing. Could just go straight in there. Alright, so these 4 bells and these 4 bells should connect, so this should go in here. We're getting somewhere. It's getting quite compact. And diagonal base on here. Alright. I think it's finished. I suppose I'll add in fake underground red ones in the gaps here. So we can actually not have the side loading issue. That should work once I paste it, and it should definitely fill up my entire inventory with even more copper ore. Unless I'm smart about it. I just temporarily cut that off for a bit. After weeks of deliberation, I finally went for, looks like Vulcanus at the moment, but last stream it was looking like Vulgora. I even am further in researching Vulgora than I am Vulcanus if I switch them around. We have 11% progress into Vulgora. 9% into Vulcanus, so probably we are going to be researching them at the same time. Cursed Joiner. Alright, I'm just gonna go for it and hope for the best. There are some undergrounds there, which I did not take into account. Let's cut this, and I should be able to force place that onto here now. Let's see it flow. Okay, we got the input priority, so the left belts should completely stop. Yeah, they completely stop, so we can do the full 8 yellow belts now from the right side. That's beautiful. But in reality, I will want to also use a little bit of the other patch still. I just want everything. I want to tap into all sources at the same time for the moment, instead of using them up one by one, so it keeps going at maximum speed for the longest possible amount. I think that is how it works. I think we'll just keep the red undergrounds in there, it looks kind of nice. Yeah, that worked first try. I cannot really believe it, but it does. That's worthy of a light. I still didn't take lights. I did take some quality copper. Throw that on here. Alright, by now... Yeah, we're not even polluting any adjacent chunks next to those biters. I think we're gonna be good with our one belt of copper from here. Indefinitely. I haven't tagged these mines at all. I think we're not going to be counting copper anymore. We're just going to say, okay, this is for red chips, this is for red chips, etc. I will get rid of all these quality counters. We now know quality is obscenely OP, so... Alright. I think that's all the work we needed to do to make sure that red chips can continue. We hooked up 3 new mines in total. And I can set it up so that this only starts contributing once this one starts running out. That is maybe something I want to do. We now see it can run full speed without polluting the biters. I think I'll just save that one for last. So we'll do this will back up. And once this mine starts having trouble, it will start filling in the gaps. That's then the principle. That'll require like 15 drills to run out or so, something like that. Alright. This is still quality copper. I think we should go back to the base now. Does that belt of copper follow the lake edge? Yes, it does. Because before, yeah, these biters were active. And it was kind of tricky to walk by here. So we installed this belt ahead of time to stay as far away from the biters as possible. This is a new expansion. Yeah, definitely cursed belt weaving splitter contraption. I would agree. That square can be bingoed off. I like that. That's a positive square. That's when I do something Not necessarily good, but also not necessarily bad. Alright, more copper for this side, I suppose. Okay, we still have about like one mining patch worth of miners left over. That's not too bad. Now let's walk around with like 2 stacks. Red bells, yellow bells. Apparently I have way too many. Of course I gathered another bunch more. Let me just put an extra chest up here. Maybe... can just draw mainly from that chest. We can draw from both chests, I don't really care, as long as it's not stuck in my inventory too much. Alright, that is looking nice again. Okay, that was the boring step we needed to do, I suppose. What is next on our list? So this was still from last stream. Another 1 or 2 red chip copper mines done. Personal spaceship. The problem is a lot of these things kind of have to be done in editor mode. Maybe not. Maybe I can try just I can try designing it while we wait. It's just very annoying to design in space without actually seeing what's going on. Still doing 1k SPM. I don't know what the 50-hour graph looks like at the moment. Yeah, 1005. I think we have a little bit of unfair swings here and there in the equation. This was when we researched a red and green technology. The science is still okay. Yeah, we set it up to go at 1k SPM perfectly. Also makes it easy to predict how many hours we need. Now we need 900 more minutes to reach planet Vulcanus, which is indeed 15 hours. Here's a free bingo square. Hey Dosh! Okay, who got a bingo on the entry of Dosh Doshington? You made it onto the bingo chart. I didn't make it. It was not my fault. Yeah, we have changed plans yet again. Now we're going to Vulcanus because the foundry is just too OP. The foundry is the most, as far as I know now, with my limited space age knowledge, the foundry seems to be by far the most OP building in all of space age. It has the conversion factor from ore to molten iron to stuff alone, even without the innate productivity bonus of the foundry, is just is already good, but then you have the 50% productivity bonus of the foundry stacked on top of that twice, which makes it even better. And then you can put productivity modules on both of those tabs, which basically means you can get like 1 1/4 steel plate out of 1 iron ore, something like that. So that's basically an immediate 500 to 600% productivity bonus on our iron, which is just, I mean, EM plants are great and such, but with EM plants you're still talking about percentages of productivity bonus, whereas with foundries you're straight up talking about 6 times resource multiplication, something like that. It's just incredible. Yeah, I'm still too much into peak Factorio 1.1. I'm still thinking Factorio 1.1 numbers too much. We figured out that to make yellow and purple signs, which normally costs a literal order of magnitude more than green signs, this is green signs, 7 bells of resources, we can make 1k SPM yellow signs and purple signs, each for about the same amount of resources as we are currently using to make green signs. That's insane. Basically, yellow and purple combined will be using less resources than we're currently using just to make blue signs. Absolutely crazy. So the plan now is to go for 2k SPM on Norvies, which will help a bit with the research times in the late game. I believe we can go 2k SPM from every science pack actually. We can do 2k SPM on Norvies with the foundries and the M plants. 2k on Vulcanus is pretty trivial. 2k on GLEEEBlergh is pretty trivial if the spore cloud doesn't grow out of control too much. I don't know exactly how much the spore cloud will grow and how much free space we need on GLEEEBlergh. But I've got some anti-expansion stuff for GLEEEBlergh, so if I clear enough space that should be possible. The only planet which does not easily do a 2k SPM is gonna be Vulgora, as even 1k SPM needs like 24 red bells of scrap processing or something like that, even with the maximum productivity bonus already integrated into the equation. So the plan is now to do 1k SPM on Vulgora as soon as possible. It's going to be the first science pack we set up, Vulgora. We're just going to Vulcanus for the foundries now. Then we'll go to Vulgora, we'll set up the quality machine, which makes the rare quality productivity 2s. We come back with EM plans, we do a complete rebuild of Norvies before, to basically not decimate, to basically leave, to make 10 times as much science out of our limited ore patches. I suppose then we'll go back to Vulgora, set up 1k SPM on Vulgora, buffer it into chests so it keeps running, and in that time we can set up 2k SPM on Vulcanus, 2k SPM purple signs, 2k SPM yellow signs. And by the time we actually will need all of that Vulgoran science we've been stashing up, hopefully we'll have stashed up enough Vulgoran stuff that science that we can rely on our buffers to complement the 2k SPM of all the other planets, because I really don't want to handle 48 red belts of scrap processing on Vulgora. That is just going to be too much. The amount of resources you need for Vulgoran science is absolutely out of context with the resource counts you need for everything else. We're gonna rebuild completely after this. After Vulcanus, we'll just replace these chains for calcite with Vulcanus melting stuff in between there, and call it good until we come back with everything, and then we'll just rip the entire base apart, I suppose. Unfortunately, I've come to really like this base, but there's gotta be a time for all good things to end as well. I'm currently not sure what to do next. Probably we gotta do some spaceship designing. We can build the personal spaceship just to get an idea of what spaceships are doing again. We need to design a hauler. I don't know, the personal spaceship design is quite elegant. It's like a minimum space usage kind of thing. I think the hauler is just gonna be a big brick with a nice belt of ammo flowing around and asteroids flowing around. Not compact at all, we're just gonna be using a lot. Oh yeah, the thing we need to figure out though is, do we want to research elevated railways before or after we rebuild the base? Because if before, we're gonna need like... I think we can research elevated railway after we research Vulgora. We can come back with the foundries. Rebuild the smelting, and then we can start stashing up steel with the foundries. I think that's the way to go. So we'll wait on researching elevated railways, and as an extent to that, I suppose, the train stops, which we still don't have. We have some stuff to do on Fulgora before we need elevated rails. We can mine up these scrap patches on the islands we build on before we actually need it. So I think that is going to be the order then. Alright. Then we can actually use up all of the steel, and we can make the new steel with the improved foundries. Then we actually will not set up a steel platform, because unlike we're doing right now, we are actually going to be deleting the furnaces here, and we're just gonna bring the raw iron ore back to Norvis instead of the plates. This one too, just raw iron ore and signs, I suppose. Because it's actually gonna be... Yeah, it's... The limiting factor right now is like throughput right now from our landing pad. You would say it is more efficient to smelt steel in space, but no, the foundry is so crazily OP that one iron ore will turn into 1.25 steel or something if both steps receive the rare productivity module. So it's actually the iron ore is less dense in terms of output than steel plates are, which is crazy. Which is immediately, that is a good illustration of why we changed to Vulcanus first. So... Alright. So we need a Vulgora shopping list, we need a Vulcanus shopping list, we need a hauler for the calcite. And we need to set up plastics. We have set up rocket fuel already, so we need a bot network to load rocket fuel onto the spaceships. Plastic we can just insert. We need to figure out how much we need. It's gonna be a bit hard to just figure it out. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit hard to figure it out. How is my quality stuff doing? About halfway full. About halfway full. That improvement we made there is gonna last for... It's gonna last another 10-20 hours before that's full, probably. Hopefully by that time I'm back with my EM plans and whatnot, and we can use some better quality to try to upcycle all of this tier 2 stuff that we've been collecting over time. Yeah, we're not going to be moving science to Vulcanus. Coal is really limited. So You should think of it like this. Your starter patch contains like what, 800k coal? In my playthrough, my starter patch contains 800 coal. That is basically the equivalent. 800 coal, and that's it for the starter patch. Because research is 1,000 times more expensive. So all of the coal we find on Vulcanus, we're going to have to spend it efficiently. We cannot afford to waste it on coal liquefaction. So we're even going to be shipping in rocket fuel and plastics to make the rockets on Vulcanus. Because of that. Alright. Let's, I don't know what the order is. Let's first build the personal spaceship. It's gonna require a lot of hand feeding for some rare quality stuff, I suppose. Some precise launching and whatnot. Not as annoying as the space platforms though. The spaceship is gonna be a bit smaller. And let's do that. Let's go for the personal spaceship. Start make personal spaceship. I misspelled another save for those of you playing bingo, but not for the entire stream so far. Are you gonna use trains in a new base? Seems unlikely. I've got all my belts set up already. I just need to reconnect them to I just gotta reconnect them. So these ore belts, they no longer go in furnaces. We'll just connect that to here and it flows into the base. So there's a very limited amount of work I need to do to change out my existing supply lines for to make that work with a new setup where we're going to be melting all of the ore with calcite. We've got the infrastructure in place, we just gotta repurpose it. And all of the infrastructure, all of the patches are gonna last 10 times, 20 times, maybe even more, as long as they currently do. So there's no real need to change the trains, I don't feel. Also, trains are very bulky and make it a lot harder to fine-tune the enemy expansion chunk system. Where we try to get the enemy to select an expansion chunk into my base, basically. Alright, yeah, let's first do the personal spaceship, then we'll figure out how much of the stuff we actually need per minute, how much calcite, how much plastics, etc. Then we can figure out how big our hauler needs to be, our early game calcite hauler. Perhaps it can be pretty small, we'll see. And go from there. I mean, theoretically, I did calculate the end game amount of calcite I need, which is 900 a minute. I could set up for 900 a minute already. That is overdoing it a little. So I can set up, maybe I just set up like half or a quarter of that, some like easily divisible number. So in the end game I will need 810 calcite a minute. I know that for 2k SPM of all Norwegian science packs, including military science, yellow science, purple science. So let's round it up to 900, which is one yellow belt of calcite. If I currently set up like a quarter of that, that should be good enough for the initial stage, I feel. And then we can just copy that 4 times later on to get the full belt of calcite. I think something like that is gonna have to be the strategy. Or we need to recalculate it with the current numbers, which is only temporary, so I don't really care to make this too precise. I just need to make sure I have enough. I'm not gonna be shipping plastic from GLEEEBlergh because I can only conquer GLEEEBlergh after I have artillery. Yeah, the North Sea is blue again. Look at that. We are cleansing Norvies, not of biters, but of pollution. Look at this beautiful, beautiful lakes. Unfortunately, the trees will not heal anymore. So the trees are definitely still very wasted. If we compare that to some trees which look healthy, those look like this. So the trees will not restore, but the lakes will. Even like close to the base, they are shiny and blue again. Not my starter lake though. That one is still very green. And it will remain so because we cannot control the... until we got like placeable biter bases in the endest of end games, we won't be able to do that. I want it to be small so I can relatively quickly set it up without overbuilding it too much, since we're going to be rebuilding the entire base anyway. Right, we're gonna do the personal spaceship thing. We have officially made it 11% in. We are now a similar amount on the way to Vulcanus as that we are to Fulgora. So if I change my mind often enough, we will reach both planets at exactly the same time. So that's something, I suppose. I haven't run and oh, now we are getting into the danger of running into my pet worms since we're running around here. Alright. So I suppose I just want to empty my inventory. We need to launch the starter pack. Those are in here. Yeah, wait. We first need to make the space platform. That's a decent name for a personal spaceship. Alright. There it goes. Launch up over the Johnnies. If I want to run up with the rocket, I need to stay somewhere on the side. I'm not stopping playing to watch rocket launches. This is very much part... Okay, maybe I am. Alright. That should be the platform. Alright, so let's deconstruct the tiles that are around it. I think we're gonna automatically launch up the foundations actually from our rockets over here. Okay, looks like that is gonna be a check mark as well on the bingo cards. Mike stops playing to watch rockets apparently. I do that a lot. As soon as we paste our personal spaceship blueprint on here, not that many tiles, it's quite small. Auto request missing construction materials. 566, okay, that is 10 rockets worth. Plus a little bit. Nice. And 10 new rockets are immediately ready. Don't launch all up at the same time, please. That's not great, I suppose. Yeah, I stashed those up to make another steel platform, but we're not gonna do that. Because with the iron ore from space, we don't have the throughput to do enough of that. Don't eat all my steel. Those things are so expensive. Oh, I'm too fast with this armor. Oh, I still had 1.2k in here as well. Okay, this is now stable. This one is inserting. Okay, now this is stable. Right. Make zip tie deluxe. Right, so it oversaturates those requests by sending up full stacks. So I don't want to send up like a full stack of everything. If we need like 14 pipes, I don't want to send up 100 or 500 or whatever. So we're gonna just grab this by hand. It's gonna be our shopping list, I suppose. I can just put it on my bar, to be honest. And we can just read from here what we need. Except for these space platforms. We do want, like, for spaceflight, we do want 100 in reserve. So we need like 66 more. Alright, that's the first step. Let's grab 66 space platforms. Here the fun begins. I'm gonna first empty out my inventory though. Yeah, you're correct, Pink Pajamas. Obviously you will hand feed the rockets. I suppose that counts as... Do we have a hand feed? I don't know if we have some hand feeding stuff on the bingo. There should be some hand feeding stuff on the bingo. Alright, 66 of those. Let's switch into the running armor. Are we gonna start from the back or from the front? I suppose let's start from the front because those are the hardest things to get. We're gonna need some walls. I think I need to quality smell those things. We are allowed to build up here, I think. Of course, the moment I put my inventory away, we're doing these kind of things. Okay, let's grab my inventory again for this occasion. Let's throw some quality modules in there. That's gonna be annoying. We'll just throw productivity in there. With quality, I need automatic outsertion as well. That's not great. So I need a lot of walls. 112 plus 100 in reserve. 212 walls. Multiplied by 5 bricks. 1060 bricks. Multiplied by 2 stone. That's 2120 stone. Get 10% productivity. So 2000 stone. If anything, that tells me I need to make more furnaces. 20 furnaces, so that's like 2 batches then. And we're gonna need to pick up stone from somewhere far away. I don't think I have enough stone on me right here. I do for the first batch. Suppose let's go pick up an inventory full of quality stone, which we should have somewhere at the old landfill mines. Vulgora. I don't know if you measure up if you mash up the names. I just found that when making the stream title. If you mash up the names of Vulgora and Vulcanus, you don't get the nicest sounding words. they sound all a bit dirty. Alright, do I replenish like the quality stone as well? I think we're gonna need some quality furnaces at some point. One. 48. Let's grab 36 stacks of quality stone. So I can fill up a chest. And then the rest is going to be crappy quality. Yeah, let's grab as much as we can carry. Sending wires to space is definitely also a viable strategy. It is just a lot more work intensive to do it that way. And since all my builds are 1000 times cheaper compared to research progress, I don't really care to waste some resources in. I would rather waste resources than waste time, I guess. That's what it comes down to. Alright, so that works out. That is some stone. Second batch should be insertable. Okay, that's gonna be enough to make some walls. Mark 2 walls. I don't see a reason to have rare quality walls just yet, so I'm just gonna make normal qualities. Okay, that takes care of the annoying part. Now we just gotta gather everything else. 29 red inserters. I don't have any red inserters. You know what? We're gonna make some. I have like 2 chests of these things. $1,600 inserters. Let's make them in here. Can get some quality inserters out of that as well. Alright. Then we need to add 16 stacks of iron, 16 stacks of gears. Cheap enough. Alright, here comes out our inserters and we'll get some quality ones in the process. How many? 29. Okay. Bricks. That should be good to make walls. Yeah, 10% productivity bonus. We got 1 extra stack of bricks out of that. Are we gonna come up just short? We might come up just short. 120, 220 walls. No, that's okay. We need 112 and then 100 backups, so that's 212. Alright, so that's okay. I also need some repair packs for in space. I suppose we'll make those out of cheap quality stuff. Okay, so we got the space platforms as backup, the walls as backup, and then the repair packs as backup. That is all the backup the spaceship is going to carry. So for the rest we just need to complete the list. 24 undergrounds, 19 belts, 19 belts, 14 rare inserters. Look at my mole. 14 pipes. 13 medium quality inserters, I suppose. See if we got those. We do. Now I gotta grab back my 29 of these. Right. The 13 rare gun turrets, huh? Alright. We gotta make those. Okay. That's 130 gears copper and 260 iron of the rare quality. And copper, we even have some of that here. That should make our rare gun turrets. 12 rare solar panels. Do we even have? We have 12 rare solar panels. 12 efficiency modules. 10 normal yellow inserters. Hallelujah. Nine normal efficiency modules. Man, it's getting specific. For the stuff that takes 3 efficiency modules, I suppose. 4 rare accumulators. Easy. 4 rare furnaces. I think I spent those on the quality build over here. Probably don't really need that many quality smelters anymore, since the quality ore is kind of dying off in this build over here. We have all this quality copper, which we still need to feed in at some point. In fact, we're making furnaces, which is good that we bought those other bricks, because we're gonna need to smelt some. Still have the furnaces up here with productivity. I suppose tier 2 productivity will have to do. Is there any use for rare normal stone? Alright, 4 furnaces. 40 bricks, 80 stone only. We also will need some for the hauler. Let's not go crazy then. Quality stuff, even quality stone, is not super easy to come by. Okay, that's 40 bricks we need for the furnaces. We got our turrets. 13. Check. Right, 4 furnaces. We'll need some red chips and some steel. What's next on the list? 4 rare speed modules. I don't think we've got those laying around. We do. Okay. Good. Then 4 rare efficiency modules. Believe it or not, they finally have a use. 4 rare crushers. Alright. Why did those need to be rare again? I think that was for... that was for Vulgora reasons. So that they would use less power. I think I'm gonna go ahead and make those regular quality. The only reason they were rare is because I used to have less solar on board. And rare crushers use slightly less power because of their crafting speed increase. Which means they can do more work for the same amount of power. They will spend power for a lesser percentage of the time. So we're gonna go with 4 regular crushers. I think we should be good with those. 3. Is that the same reason? These are rare because of the power usage. I think those are rare because of the power usage as well. $60 a second. Especially the ice cube melter does not need to be rare, even if the other 2 are rare. Because it produces over twice as much as those will consume. Now let's keep it. I don't know. We can upgrade them later if we really want to. I don't think we need to make those rare at the moment. Okay, what else is there? 2 storage tanks. Right. 2 fast inserters. Let's call these fast inserters. Underground pipes. 2 pumps. Just grab those off of here. 2 rare assemblers. We don't have those laying around. Nope, we don't. Some of those, some of these. Alright. 2 rare assemblers. 2 asteroid collectors and 2 rare asteroid collectors. I think we'll go for uncommon since we got those in stock. The reason they were rare, originally these asteroid collectors were able to reach in front of the ship, but I don't think they do anymore. Yeah, they don't anymore, so with uncommon I won't lose the ability to grab in front of the ship. We don't have that anymore anyway. We'll just lose a little bit of grabbing space here. I think we should be okay. Because these cost like blue chips and whatnot, right? Yeah, blue chips and low density, so I technically could afford them, but we are not exactly swimming into the into the stuff. I think we're gonna try using uncommons. One thruster and that's it. That's gonna be the first thruster we have ever made. A normal quality thruster. Five electric engines, 10 blue chips and 10 steel. Make a save here. Collected, first spaceship and first thruster. I really should focus more on quality in my own space age run. I wouldn't do that at the moment. If you play default settings, I just have an incredible amount of quality stuff laying around because of the 1000 times research cost multiplier. So if you play a normal setting, instead of having like this many chests, 64 chests, you will have like maybe 8 stacks of uncommons at this point and like 1 stack of rares, and that is all you got to play with. Well, I've got a literal magazine of chests because of the 1000 times science cost multiplier. I should not go, I wouldn't go quality early in a run if it was default-ish settings. You simply won't have enough with the tier 1 quality module. It's not gonna be worth it. Making rare assemblers Mark 1 and rare assemblers Mark 2. Thruster, focus, thruster, regular steel. Let's grab it from trash chest. Regular steel, regular blue chips. 5? Yeah, 5 electric engines. As if it's meant to be. Thruster. Just a regular one. Nice. And that's our shopping list complete. We just need to get rid of the quality ingredients. Let me just dump that all into a chest here. And we have steel and blue chips, I suppose, which are not part of the ship. That's all we need to send up then. Yeah, I didn't expect to go this heavy on quality just yet. Actually, no, that's not true. I did expect to go heavy on quality in the spaceship era. I'm actually downplaying it right now. Not wanting to invest the resources. I think these are better spent on rare productivity module Mark IIs once we get back from Vulcanus, so I don't really want to make them into rare asteroid collectors. Right. We need to delete some filters here. We're just gonna use all the rockets to send up stuff. That should be pretty good. Can I do this? I can. Okay, all of these are empty. I'm not sure they will start launching automatically. Some of them will. Like the one which have it's only the walls actually which will automatically launch. Let's send up the walls first then. That's gonna add the wall. Barely fits on the screen. Right. Hull complete. Now for the rest of the stuff. Suppose we'll send the solar panels last to power up everything in the last moment. And now we're just gonna fill up these cargo capacities with whatever random ingredients we can find. There we go. That doesn't launch automatically. So let's just stash up a couple of rockets. Solar panels last. Okay, modules don't go in automatically, apparently. Thruster is too heavy as well. Alright. That's all we got then. We can send that one last. Let's send all the rockets. Tiny spaceship, but still a lot of stuff. That should make for a nice visual. Oh, let's send this one as well, with a little bit of delay. Alright. Let's watch the ship get built, piece by piece. It's not gonna get built because I didn't send the right crushers. Alright, here come the solar panels. That should switch everything on. Nice. Now we just try to switch on the interface again. We just need to select these. I can probably just override those. I can, right? And then the crushers as well. Regular quality. And lastly, the asteroid collectors. Two modules left over. Not really sure why. Did I send up 14? I might have sent up 14. I sent up the wrong modules. Could be. Alright, that was kinda epic. I'm gonna do it one more time, but pre-planned out this time and with the right modules. Where are they? Alright, if somebody now pointed out in chat that somebody that people in chat notice problems and Mike doesn't read chat because I have the wrong amount of modules, that is definitely a bingo square. Don't know how that happened though. I do know how that happened. I'm pretty sure. There they are. I knew it. I knew it. It wasn't me. It is the game. Automatically updating. Nobody saw that, I'm pretty sure, in chat. Let me look back a bit. Probably somebody saw that. But did somebody saw that before? I noticed it myself, that's the question then. Am I now fixing it the wrong way? Alright. I cannot keep track of what I did. I'm not sure what's going on. Let's just do it the right way. Pick these up. Without interfering with any other chests. Just put them back in the correct assembler, which stole my modules. Thank you very much. And bring those back to the silo. Attempt number 2, this is why making edits is always easier. Because you can have multiple attempts to film something. We gotta go to the zip tie deluxe. I think we can alt scroll or something, yeah, to change quality. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. I think that's all. Alright. Now we're gonna send all rockets. And the Mech Zip Tie Deluxe should build itself. This is the only window which closes automatically. There goes all the supplies. Somebody saw it but didn't bother saying it since you never reach it anyway. But now we got a bingo chart. It has value even if I don't read it. Assemblers do when setting recipes. Yeah, but then you still have to close your inventory. You just go back to your inventory usually. Ooh. Why is this going so slow? Is that normal? Maybe it's normal. Oh, there it is. That's the normal speed. Alright, we're grabbing stuff. Are we gonna go over how it works then? I think we do. Basically, we've got solar powers and some accumulators on board. The accumulators will not get used except when hovering above Vulgora, because their solar power is limited. We're going to Vulcanus though, so that won't be a problem. It's basically an upgraded variant of the first design I made with double the furnaces, and a bit more solar and less accumulators, so it is a little bit bulkier. Biggest upgrade is that we got 3 gun turrets in the back here. 3 gun turrets in the back here. So we actually can defend against 2 or 3 medium asteroids coming in from the back at the same time. Whereas before, this ship was kind of shafted if 2 of them came in at the same time. So yeah, the water tank is gone, the pipe here which connected is gone. Got some weird shenanigans. This is really weird. This setup works faster if this is an uncommon inserter. And this a rare one. If this is a rare one as well, the ore will back up onto this belt, and this inserter, which is the limiting factor then, will need to swing further every swing. So it actually takes more time to insert a single piece of ore. There are all kinds of weird shenanigans going on this ship. This is probably the weirdest one. I don't have fast inserters, so I rebuilt my ship with long-handeds and normal ones in mind. We got the heavy bulkhead here for the shooting. We only got like 2 gun turrets damage upgrade, so that's not great for firepower. So our ship speed is actually gonna be quite slow. But then again, this is 20,000 kilometers a second in a default settings run, right? No storage space, no. This is just my personal hauler. It can carry everything I need for my trip to Vulgora. I don't know if it can carry everything I need for my initial trip to Vulcanus, but we're gonna need to set up a special hauler for that anyway. This is just my personal transportation device. Alright, so how does it work? Basically the hub is the central storage. So everything goes into the hub and comes out of the hub. There is no belts going around the ship, except for this asteroid belt here in the back, which is for the fuel supply. And if we have extra spare iron, we're sending that iron to the hub as well, through this inserter combination. That is only done when, basically when iron or ammo is low from the front collectors. So in times of need, we also have the side collectors gathering metallic asteroids to supply ammo, which is nice. This is basically just, I think everybody has these loops. It's a common design where you just read the entire belt and then you just tell these arms to throw asteroids overboard if they exceed a certain amount. Just direct inserting asteroids in here. This is a bit quirky. We're throwing asteroids overboard if... I don't know if that is still... I designed this a while ago. These are switched off. Yeah, these are switched off. So don't bother, we have these instead. Just left it in because it looks kind of nice. Apparently. Here we just store up metallic asteroids. Anything that is not metallic gets put onto the belt over here and transported. Oh, wait, it gets put onto this belt over here, transported over to this belt because there is space, and this one side loads it onto the belt down here. Here it's the same story, and it side loads it onto the belt down here. It all works out beautifully. That's only for the carbonic and ice asteroids though. The metallic ones just stay in here, basically forming another sort of backup for our iron supplies. Like 40 metallic asteroids in here. That is quite a lot, so we'll throw them out if they exceed 40. We'll just throw them out, so we can always grab the other types of asteroids as well. And we have basically 80 asteroids worth of crushed iron backed up into here, saving space in the actual hub. This just puts in the iron ore. I'm never putting in more than a stack of iron ore, so it's only going to be maximum 1 stack. Same for iron plates, it's only going to be 1 stack. And then the ammo is kind of adjustable, so I guess 1.9k for now. We can set it higher or lower, but we need at least like 800. We'll be spending 800 ammo even while producing iron and ammo on the way. We'll be spending 800 ammo before we arrive at the next planet, before we can replenish. So it's nice if that number is as high as it can be. Alright, so that is the spaceship number 1. Suppose spaceship number 2, which is going to be the hauler, will need cargo base, because this is only enough for... How much rocket fuel and plastics could go inside? Is this one fast? The hauler needs to... Oh, I just realized the hauler also needs to be able to produce ammo at the correct speed. I'm kind of tempted to just go laser damage on the hauler. So that's gonna require some testing. Testing is gonna require editor time. Editor time is time when our technology bar is not progressing, so that is kind of meh. But how else do you design a spaceship, man, for specific circumstances? Yeah, we gotta build it and test it before the planet Vulcanus is finished. We cannot just build something, hope it will work, have it explode on the first trip, and then spend another 10 hours before we come up with a solution. Where do we get the bingo chart in the pinned message? Fully laser is not viable, trust me. I don't think I'm gonna trust you on that. You're probably right, but I'm not gonna trust you on that. I'm gonna try for myself. I think we gotta do some editor mode shenanigans, I suppose, to figure out what works on space. Are you guys up for that? Do you mind if I mess around in editor mode and spaceship design? Because to me it's one of the most tedious tasks, so should I design it on stream or no? Throw some yes or no in chat. Yes for design on stream, no for don't do it. Make it happen, Cap'n, go for it. Don't mind, yes, yes. Right. Experiment, do it. It's not a sidetrack. It's not a sidetrack. It's part of the main storyline. Oh yeah, it looks like nobody minds, really. That's surprising to me. Alt tab editor too? I don't think so. I cannot run two Factorios at the same time. Use the editor. Right, we will go with... I could just let the game run off cam, without me present, just progressing time, equivalent amount of time that we spend in editor mode, just doing nothing. 14 hours to Vulcanus, alright. Personal spaceship is built. Personal spaceship built. 14 hours to Vulc. This is the real run. This is the real run. Looks like we're about to go in a test run. Alright. Which, do I use this as a base or do I just use one of the other ones for a base? Let's load this with editor extensions mod enabled as well. Laser damage 16. Okay, if that is the case, yeah, then it's not going to be viable. Did Streamlabs pick up on the new one? It did. Laser damage 16. But here we got the example of the quality machine I built, just real quick. I spawned in some ore on this tiny island just to see when it would back up. So I got a ton of ore, or scrap, I suppose. It's all Mark 1 quality modules, which we have available on Norvis. We have only Mark 1 because Mark 2. I would like to research efficiency module 2, speed module 2 for the use of beacons, and especially I would like to have quality module 2, which I gave myself here in editor mode. But the problem with that is quality module 2 is not 200k like the other ones, it's 500k. That's 9 hours of research. So it looks like we're doing it the hard way with Mark 1 quality modules for now. Still though, this thing has processed 5.4 million scrap over about 25-ish hours. That is why it is nice to have elevated rails, because we cannot... These islands spawn with like maximum 1 million scrap, often less. So even with big mining drills, which we will have, it's still gonna be like only 1 million scrap to process before we need to pick up the machine and rebuild it somewhere else. So let's just go through the results then. As you can see, currently it's backed up with the most jumbled, horrible mess of ingredients you can think of. It is backed up because of my 2 rare iron gear chests being full. So basically mining scrap with quality modules, we're just recycling the scrap however it comes. Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, we don't care, all on the same belt. Output all these 36 possible ingredients in the different qualities onto a belt. Split it out. All the rare quality is split off first, no matter what it is. That just goes into this looping belt over here to get stored into these chests. That goes basically exactly according to this chart over here with the large law of large number theory is followed quite well and with these amounts. Which means we have 2 chests of iron gears, and then the next chest that fills up simultaneously is ice, which stacks to only about half the gears. And it's scrap recycling. Just like a quarter chance compared to iron gears. It stacks to half the amount, and we have only 1 chest instead of 2. So that's the same ratio that these chests will be filling up. So that's quite nicely illustrated here. Solid fuel fills up before that, but I'm just... After I have a chest of solid fuel, I just recycle the rest away. And the rest is in tinier amounts that easily fit into 1 chest. Alright, so 5 million scrap. Everything gets recycled away except the stuff we need to build EM plants and all 3 qualities. So we get this over here. Got some more over here. We get the quality iron. We get the accumulators we need to build out our main base. Also the rare ones. I suppose the uncommon ones will be fine. So to build EM plants we need these resources: holmium plates, blue chips, steel and refined concrete. So we also have refined concrete in all 3 qualities stored up. Also some normal concrete for recyclers in all 3 qualities. And blue chips and steel, obviously steel is just coming in here. We save up a chest of uncommon steel as well and a chest of normal steel as well. So we can make all of that in the qualities we needed. Same for blue chips, we store those up as well. We could recycle them into cargo base, but I decided not to do that. I would rather just hold on to them for now, instead of trying to upcycle everything into rare quality. Alright, but now for the real meat and potatoes, what this thing does. Next to just building, like making the stuff for base building materials, it also produces the rocket stuff. So we got like chests of rocket fuels over here, which are not quite full, which are full apparently. The rest of this solid fuel just gets recycled away, I suppose, or what? How is this? Yeah, the rest we are recycling away. But the real meat and potatoes is over here, the module maker, which just makes Mark II modules. Out of all of it, we recycle blue chips into green chips and some supplement red chips. Red chips is kind of the limiting factor to make all of this. So we got a ton of blue chips left over. make rocket parts, like literal tons of rockets, together with low densities, which you got even more of. I'm not recycling those. I'm supposing those are gonna get made into rockets or something. Yeah, and then the rocket fuel, that makes the rocket parts. Out of that 5.4 million scrap, I think I got 475 modules directly, and then another 511 modules out of making the remaining rare quality red chips, green chips and blue chips, as well as the rare quality Mark 1 modules into more Mark 2 modules. So that's 1,000 or so. Let's actually see. Yeah, 986 Mark 2 modules of rare quality by the Scrapinator machine, which conveniently fits on most of the islands. Its only flaw is it's not flippable. You cannot flip it. If you flip it, some of the side-loading stuff will break. We are side-loading some stuff onto underground belts. Like, this will probably break if we flip it, because the inserts will output on the other side of the belt. So I'm not gonna rebuild the entire thing just to make it flippable. It just goes into this orientation. This is one block, then the recyclers are another, like 2 blocks that can be pasted wherever it fits, and then you just build miners on the scrap, feed it, switch it on, wait for the scrap to run out, and then just make as many modules as you can with the remaining parts, and go to the next island. And islands are infinite on Vulgora, so we don't need to worry about ever running out of resources, or resources being gate kept behind enemies or whatever. It is just infinite. Power is infinite with the accumulator lightning combo. So this is basically how we're gonna get all of our rare modules, rare Mark II modules for the run. At least early on. And by early on I mean until Aquilo probably. Maybe beyond. Alright. So that is these are the old 1K SPM builds, so that is basically the plan once we get to Vulgora. But now we are gonna go Vulcanus, spaceship stuff. I really should delete the extended playlist mod now. Right, at a space platform around Norvis. I suppose we'll call it the same. That is my personal spaceship, I suppose. And it exists. That's how easy it is in editor mode. Let's actually downgrade. Alt scroll. Let's actually downgrade. Oh, I might have messed it up in my original save. I might have... Can you just paste this the wrong way around? I know, it doesn't let you do that. Okay, if I update it, it doesn't matter if I orient it wrong, it just updates into the correct orientation. Okay, that's nice. So I can just do this and it will still work. Okay. So this is the state of the ship as I built it with the reduced collectors. We'll just let it run for a bit. In the meantime, we're gonna do that the calcite hauler. I'm just not gonna conserve resources on this one. This is not gonna be an elegant ship. It is a space truck. First of all, we'll just give ourselves some space. I love designing in space. Just want to make a big square. Is it so hard? Apparently it is. We're not gonna do central processing. Basically, this thing has got to go. I don't know how fast this thing. I have never made a hauler before, not really. I think the only hauler I made in my nuclear experience was the GLEEEBlergh science transporter, which was a tiny ship as well, because science is compact and you want to fly often because it spoils. I had normal damage upgrades as well. First of all, let's test the laser theory, I suppose. Why did I make this platform so big then? Let's add one in orbit around Vulcanus. We'll just give this infinite power. With asteroids are already coming in. Infinite power. Of rare quality, whatever. Laser turrets. Let's go normal quality. Come on, shoot it, shoot it, shoot it, shoot it, shoot it. Okay, it was shot. Oh, we got rainbow lasers in space as well. Of course, this is not going to be a realistic design. I just want to get an idea of what the power demand is when we fly a brick of laser turrets out in space. Let's put a thruster on it. Or maybe a couple thrusters. Okay, that looks like it's configured correctly. Is this flow through now? No, it is not right. Yeah, I think we gotta space those apart a little. Okay, this flows through everything. This flows through everything as well. Yeah, all the thrusters light up when I mouse over, so that should be okay. Of course, we gotta build the supply. That is fairly easy. If you can cheat like this. Okay, so we are at my current damage upgrade, I suppose. We have laser damage 2. I think we have laser shooting speed 2 as well. Oh no, we got laser shooting speed 4 actually. So that is a good. Damage upgrades will use less power for the same work. Let's check out the medium asteroids. So they have effectively got 4000 hit points with their 90% laser damage reduction. Our laser does 28 damage. So 4000 divided by 28. We need to do 143 shots to kill a single asteroid. Okay, that is a lot of shots. Each shot uses 800 kilojoules. So that's 114 megajoules per shot per asteroid. This is not gonna happen, is it? This is just not gonna happen. I thought I could just add solar and accumulators. But that is just not gonna happen. Let's get some rare ones and just see how much one does, even around Vulcanus. Half a megawatt around Vulcanus. And these of course still store up only 15 megajoules. So yeah, no. One asteroid depletes like 8 of these accumulators basically. Suppose let's fly and just see how much this energy production needs to do over like a 10-minute flight or something. If we can even destroy stuff fast enough. We're gonna go way too fast with this many thrusters. Let's fly this thing out. Let me make a save separate from what we are doing. 1000 times. A little bit dangerous. Nine 14 editor. Space hauler. Hey, thanks Sophie Wolfie for the 4 months of Prime subscriptions. I know they are bad, but I just wanted to see if we can brute force it, because it would eliminate the ammo problem if you can sustain the production. We're gonna get absolutely wrecked though. Let's make one test flight, but this is not gonna fly. So we're on board now. We got 82 lasers on board. Of course, we only need to defend this very tiny section here, but we're still gonna get obliterated, I'm pretty sure. The rainbow lasers do look cool in space though. Give me a 1-minute power graph. So we can see what the lasers are eating over the course of a minute. No damage yet, somehow. It's really close, but so far we're getting away clean. This ship needs 100 megawatts to run, basically. Just to defend the ship. There's hardly any wider than... Oh, we're gonna get damaged. Yeah, there we go. Was that damage? Still no damage. 120 megawatts, alright. Okay, this is definitely too many asteroids. There's no way we are surviving this. Okay, there we go. Alright, of course we do not need to fly this fast. We can fly way slower. Did make it though. I think it's viable actually. We did like 120, 130 megawatts. How many lasers do we need to destroy a stationary asteroid? One is coming right now, so let's... Can one laser turret defeat an asteroid by itself? Stationary in orbit? Looks like we're gonna need like 3 or 4 laser turrets to shoot it before it hits the edge. Yeah, 3 laser turrets for sure. It would help if we had some more damage upgrades. It's gonna hit the thruster, what the heck? That is a precisely aimed asteroid. Alright, didn't destroy it. So if we place blobs of 4 laser turrets around, we can already kill asteroids. Now it should die. Let's speed it up a bit. Yeah, now it comfortably dies before it reaches the edge. We're going to it is a Vulcanus hauler. Norway's solar and space 300%, Vulcanus 600%. So on Norvis it's only half as strong. Right. So let's see. I think we can do this. I think it is viable. Okay, so let's go. Let's delete this. Actually, no, we don't need to. It is defended by these laser turrets, so it will survive. Calcite hauler. So we do need some. I'm gonna assume at least we're gonna need some cargo bays. Where are they? Cargo base, cargo base. I can use uncommon ones, I suppose. So then the plan is just to basically make a long ship instead of a wide ship. When it flies, all asteroids will be coming from the front. So we'll be needing a lot of laser turrets on the front. Not exactly sure how I'm gonna do that, but I suppose something like such. Asteroid collector in between. Rare asteroid collector. Let's go with uncommon. I'm just gonna limit myself to uncommon for now. Let's symmetrize this out. That could be our front defenses. If we keep the rest of the ship this wide. That could be something. Because we need only heavy defenses on the front, and we know then we can get away with blobs of laser turrets on the side. Something like that. Perhaps even just more linearly and more sprinkled out. Uncommon lasers just have larger range, so that actually doesn't really help me. How about brute forcing with walls and repair packs instead? Yes, that is the way. That is I think that is the way. That is definitely the way. I do want to try this though. I'm not gonna make a full design just yet. I'm just gonna do this. We're not gonna need such a large storage space. Who am I kidding? Okay, let's count. End game situation needs 900 calcite a minute. So that's like 2 lines in the storage bay. Currently we've got 30 lines here. This is enough. If this was filled with calcite, it would be enough calcite to run my end game base for like 15 minutes. So I could spend like... we need to launch up the stuff, I suppose. So we need to wait a bit for that. So, but we still could spend like 5 minutes per trip easily. And if not, we can build a second one. But sure, let's go 400 slots. That is 3, no? Let's go 500 slots. 527. Okay, 527. So that's 500 slots for calcite. Enough for 25 minutes of production on Novice in an end game base for 2k SPM. Holy moly. And then we still have some space left over for other stuff. So again, I'm gonna pretend I'm gonna use the same thruster system, except I'm gonna regulate the speed this time. Again, we might have enough with a single thruster. With a ship this large, it probably can... ship this large probably can just get away with one thruster and unregulated speed. It won't be going too fast. This time we will place power on board. Mostly... Can I rely on accumulators? I cannot really rely on accumulators too much if we're going to be flying a lot. Let's do a line of those. We're gonna need a lot of solar panels. That is the main thing. Okay, we need to find a nice alignment then. Let's get rid of the rest of that. It's not gonna be, it's not, we're gonna need a belt around it. I just want to see, can I just build something that has a lot of power? Just let's leave a little bit of open space for belting stuff around. Suppose we'll build 2 more cargo bays to round that off. Make the ship even longer. Alright. Because now it becomes a matter of just making the ship long enough to fit enough power. How much power is this? We're in orbit around Norvis. 33 megawatts. It will be 66 megawatts on Vulcanus. So it's about half of the power we need. Okay, that is not too bad. I suppose we could go a bit wider. I think wider is the way to go at this point. Do we even need to belt around anything? I just need to make a tiny fuel production center in the back then. Right, if we look at my personal hauler, it needs all this stuff because it needs to produce ammo on board. But I only need this little bit. I can just copy this little bit then. For the end. The back of my calcite hauler. And it would be legit even. We don't even need to collect asteroids from the front then necessarily. But we could. We could then make this wider, leave one tile of belt space. So I can send the belts of asteroids down the back. And now we just want to... We'll build two ships. We'll build one ablative wall repair pack ship and one laser ship. For instances where lasers were never the intended way. Okay, now we're out one tile. Yeah, I think we just add those lasers to the side here. The solar panels can come up to the front. Can add even more lasers here. We can output asteroids here. Onto a belt. Let's cheap out and use the other belts. To the back. And this can be as long as it needs to be. All we need to do is every now and then throw some laser turrets on there. Nine is too many. Alright, I know what to do. That is exactly an underground red belt. Oh no, it doesn't fit. We can fit some accumulators behind there. And a red belt. Looks like we are designing it. I don't want to spend too much effort in this design. Alright. That covers those turrets. So ideally the next batch of these can be somewhere over here. That doesn't quite match up with the cargo line, so we have to do that manually. So these can help each other out a bit. Now we just simply copy this as many times as necessary until we've got our ship complete. Go to the back a bit more. Actually, this now should be copyable. Is this? Oh, we got accumulators now here. I mean, if we use enough solar panels, we hardly need accumulators. We could just make more cargo bays. That'll also, I know, that will give the accumulators time to charge, but we won't have accumulators. So no, let's keep some accumulators in the back for the charge, for the downtime around the planets. We can use that like extra power. Okay, I think we'll do one more for the initial flight. Okay, I copy that horribly. Right. These are offset by 1 as well. It would have been easier if I made this like 4 or 6 solar panels between, apparently. Alright, so something like that. That is the power portion of our ship. 77 megawatts. I think we are still not there yet. This is a lot of rare panels to use too as well. For realistic, I probably have to upgrade those. Upgrade, quote unquote. To uncommons. Don't think we're gonna have that many rare materials available. Accumulators though, we will have those. We can get our accumulators for this ship in rare quality from Vulgora quite easily. In the beginning we can just let the accumulators charge up and make it fly slowly. I wonder if it even flies with 1 thruster. Alright, so this is the end construction. Yeah, let's fine-tune that. These inserters don't need to be here. Turrets don't need to be here. So let's just buffer a tank of water instead, which was the original idea. We do not need all the extra solar panels near the back now. I think we also forego the walls. And then this specific setup can be a bit further out to match the ship edge. Can I just paste that over here? I can. This is going to be a weird ship. Alright, I'm gonna paste that right against the back here. This is a nice and ugly ship. Acceleration based on weight. Max speed based on width. Ah, okay. Then we might need more thrusters. Can I just force place this now? I can. Alright. For now I'm gonna pretend we have enough fluids in there. We can just let this fill up. Doesn't work. We need to do that the hard way. Thruster fuel and thruster oxidizer. And we're only pumping it in if the speed... Oh, I have to bring that signal all the way down. Let's use a radar. Can you use radars in space, actually? Cannot hook up, I can hook up bells, that just looks ugly though. I can hook up accumulators, but not over this distance. It would look kinda cool to have lasers on, radars on board. That's another 300 kilowatt consumption though. Should not be too much. The thruster is not centered. Oh no! That also should be easy. Where is this connected to? Okay. Alright, so it's only gonna be full for once. Now we'll just have fair production. Alright, water. Asteroids are now gonna come from over there. This does not need to be so hidden anymore. There's nothing in the way. I could probably bring this now closer by each other again, but there's no real need to do that. And actually these asteroid collectors are probably not necessary since I'm grabbing them from the front. I probably should not do that. These are gonna get destroyed. Yeah. Let's have them turn in unison. Has to be symmetric. So we are reading the speed V. And then we can have another radar at the back here. Maybe we can, that is something we can put in between. So let's actually output this on this side of the belt. And then this belt over here, something like that. Then we can flop our radar in between here. And now we should be able to read the signals from the hub through the radar. And we can enable the pump only if the speed equals something. I know you don't need to do both pumps, I like to do it. For now though, we will switch that off. Because I'm gonna test it first as is. We've got a 2.3 gigajoule bank. Will that be enough to And we won't be flying as fast. Let's just try this out. I'm carefully optimistic that this will actually work. Let's fly to Vulcanus. Should we use anything? I mean, we can always just put a little bit more lasers in the front to protect our asteroid collectors. These only need a little bit of space. And now asteroids will more likely be smashing into my lasers, if anything else. Not even gonna set target priorities. I think this is okay. 90 turrets in the front. Let's save it here. Alright, predictions in chat. Is this ship gonna survive undamaged, unscathed on the way to Vulcanus, or did I overlook something? I lights on the ship to bring signals. That's actually a decent idea as well. This is probably the weirdest brick ship I've built so far. I haven't built any brick ships so far, so that is not too hard, I suppose. We could compactify this a bit more. I don't want to talk. Compactify. Have you seen this ship? We don't need to compactify it. Let's just launch it. Yes, yes, yes. If you tune the ship speed. I'm not tuning the ship speed, but I have a single regular quality engine instead. Not tuning the ship speed. The button is flicked off, so it's pumping all the time. I think so too. I think it's gonna make it. I think it's gonna make it. It's actually viable. Let's go. Acceleration is indeed pretty slow. Where's the top speed gonna be? I guess the top speed is gonna be 20 kilometers a second faster in the second half of the flight. Oh, it is burning up a lot of fuel, I suppose. We can make 37.5 fuel a second. Okay, I do need rare ones of these to make 60 fuel a second. Like in the original design. Now we can make 60 fuel a second. This eats 120 fuel a second. Okay. Here comes the first asteroids. It's gonna get obliterated. Let's have the electrical information available somewhere. Not really sure where to put it. Okay, so we're gonna have a 1 minute average for laser turret power. Looks like our top speed is 72 kilometers a second. So this is gonna go to 92 kilometers a second when the gravity well basically flips around. It's fairly fast actually, so it does seem like I want to regulate that. We're using accumulator bank power now. And we're going a bit too fast, I think, to reliably take out this many asteroids here. Okay, we don't have enough accumulators on board to output the amount of power. 150 accumulators can supply 75 megawatts of extra power. They have a limited output. Rate of output, but these that can definitely be changed with accumulators ran out completely. Even flying to Vulcanus, so solar power is going up. All right, let's redo that flight. Okay, so we didn't make it, unfortunately. Let's redo the flight with limiting the speed to maybe not 20 kilometers a second. This is a big. This ship has a big mass, so theoretically, my personal spaceship, when I do this, it oscillates between 20 and 60 kilometers a second. But I think with the way this one accelerates, it's going to be much more constant. Let's set it to 30. Also, I forgot to upgrade these. I will make that one fast as well. These are still set to the values of my personal transporter, but I think that's fine. So 90 laser turrets. I don't have the accumulators on board to use that kind of power, so we either need more accumulators, which basically means just copy pasting this and just flopping it in here. That would be fine. But let's first test the design as is, with the speed limited. At station Vulcanus, let's go. I'm gonna try to speed up time a bit. Can keep track of the speed a bit better with the UPS counter. It's now we're limited to... it still oscillates quite a bit, I must say. I thought it would be much more constant. I guess we gotta calculate how long a trip takes as well. I'm gonna set it to 2 times speed. Much information, man, in this display here. Maybe I should go out of editor mode. And then there will be a little bit less information. Still a lot though. Right, so we are halfway. We are not really dipping into the accumulator bank just yet. Speed it up, speed it up. Okay, we're halfway. Speed is regulated now, so we won't suddenly speed up by 20 kilometers a second. I possibly could save some power by just bulking all the laser turrets in the center instead of having them all the way out to the sides. Probably people in chat already said that, that's very obvious. This is with 2 levels of laser damage research and 4 levels of shooting speed. So yeah, shooting speed does not... damage upgrades actually reduce the power consumption. The shooting speed does not, because you indeed use energy per shot, not energy per second. Why the hell are we flying 65 kilometers a second? What's going on with those pumps in the back? That's what I want to know. Alright, I know what's happening. The radar power. So the circuit network only works reliably if power is full. So if power is not full, it does not work reliably, as you can obviously see. Also, what's going on here? There's definitely more than 40 asteroid collectors on the belt. Like, these need to be hooked up as well. They aren't. These are hooked up. Okay, so we're flying too fast. We need a non-radar transfer method. So we're gonna need to use either bells or a light. Still though, we made it. This time. Alright, that is stage 1. Complete. That does do the trick. Let's first fix... this one. Right? We can fine-tune those values later. As I said, we don't really need these asteroid collectors. We have plenty of asteroid collectors to make fuel. This is now upgraded. These are still standard, which is fine. So instead of radar, we're not going to use that. Let's also not use these. Asteroids come from the front. We're just going to use the belts to transfer the signal then, that's the way it is. Right. Alright, I'm gonna change the design because this doesn't work out nicely. We're gonna go 4 solar panels between each turret. I think I'm gonna up the capacity of this thing as well. We're gonna just make it a bit longer. So can I just copy it, put it next to here? It's not generated. It is generated now. We're in editor mode. Okay, that doesn't work. Designing in editor mode is annoying. Right, so 4 solar panels are 12 tiles high. 3 of these are 12 tiles high. This is 6 tiles high. 6 and 12. Maybe I should do 1 extra in between. But have it tileable per 2 is fine as well. So let's do this. Alright, we will cut off this part again. Put it somewhere over there. We can just do this and we can start stacking. Mistake number 1. Laser turrets too far to the side. We don't need to shoot asteroids this far out. So instead we could use more solar. We can do the collectors out to the side as well. Alright. We will use these guys to output. I can just mirror this later on. Too deep. Okay, something like that for the front. We can just pile laser turrets up vertically. That may work better. So this belt is no longer needed. Let's throw some in there so that gets built again. So how deep of laser turrets can we do? Pretty deep. This is fairly annoying, but I think what we really need is more accumulators instead of more solar. We can do both, I suppose. Just to bring that down. Laser turrets are not going to be useful if they are not at least up here, I would say. This is a stupid ship. As these laser turrets can still barely protect that asteroid collector, just ever so slightly. I don't think we're gonna try and protect it. We could do some uncommon or rare laser turrets in the back. As long as they don't shoot out further than this guy, which is right about over here. That is the laser range. Now let's try upgrading him. Something like that could work. So we can fill in the back a bit more with rare lasers. They don't shoot extra asteroids on the sides too much. Something like that, perhaps. It's questionable if that's needed, but let's go with it for now. Fill it in with power. Okay, this can now connect to the hub. We do one more line of these in front of the hub. All right. The belts are here now, so let's not change that. 5 tiles, huh? That could be yellows. Alright. We could have an ablative shield in front. I think that's gonna miss the point a bit though. So we're not gonna have... We could have walls at the front actually. We would need extra asteroid collectors. I'm pretty sure we don't need anything fancy. Let's just go for the regular ones. Those are quite easily replaceable as well. I mean, do I need walls in front? I don't need walls in front. Asteroid collector is gonna get hit first anyway. It is like a safety backup though, so maybe I should do it. And then just treat the asteroid collectors as replaced. Well, those will blow up instantly. These things have barely any hit points, I think. Okay, these barely do anything anymore then. We don't have anything to do with those things anyway. Right, so now we have the 4 solar panels in between thing going. That should make it pretty easy. To tile that. Let's delete one side of the ship. Gonna go with a bit more cargo base until this pattern hits the cargo bay again. How is this not aligning? Alright, we are one tile off here. Okay, we're one tile off the cargo bay, so that means substitute for a row of those. Okay, now these are aligned. Okay, now they are aligned. Halfway and aligned again. Okay, these are aligned again. Okay, that's gonna be the cargo area. Flip it around. Alright, and then the rest is just gonna be accumulator bank between here till we reach the end. We're gonna have another couple copies of this. 1, 2 for sure. What a ship. Single yellow underground is killing me. Missing belts. Okay, single yellow underground. Here you go. Double yellow underground. Should I just make it easier to launch? Should I stop being such a cheapskate on like interstellar missions? Alright, here you go. You get your red belts. Nice colored red belts everywhere on the ship. Except here. And here. Probably then here. And here. Oh, here they go. Right. So how many panels is this? We're up to... we should downgrade all panels. Again, currently 350 solar panels and 244 accumulators. Probably need more accumulators still. We can start switching out some of these for more accumulators, I suppose. Depending on how the flight goes. This thing now has over 800 slots for calcite. So 2 slots per minute, or 2 rows per minute, and 80 rows in total. That's like 40 minutes. $1,200 slots. Okay, now we're over an hour. So this thing needs to fly once per hour. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Cargo bay section now is just as long as the rest of the ship. How many space platforms is this? 8,000. Okay, this is about the amount of space platforms I have in reserve. So let's try the 8,000 variant. Now we just have to somehow hook this up. To here. This we can bring this closer again. Asteroids can be side loaded here. I suppose we can fill it in with more accumulators. Okay, what side are the asteroids coming? Okay, the asteroids are on the inside of the structure. That means we can flip bell side by doing this. Now they're on the outside, which means they can be side loaded onto these underground bells. And we can fit one more accumulator. I'll throw it into space right there. That could be it. And a weird opening right here for I don't know what. You might want to move the side lasers in. Yeah, I think you are correct. If we want to move them... we needed pretty much 3 lasers though to destroy asteroids. Do I care about the shooting? I kinda do. I can disable these when in flight. Oh. I can disable these when in flight. We presumably won't need them when we're in flight. So we can just say if the speed, I don't know if this is a great idea. Let's just try it without first. I think in orbit though we want these to shoot as fast as possible. So it would be good to switch these off in flight, and when we are in orbit we can switch them on. So they start shooting the medium asteroids from far away, because they need quite a bit of shooting time to take those out. Alright. How is the ship looking now in terms of stats? 500 solar panels. 78 kilowatts, but we have 234. We have 3 times the solar, 3 times the output. So 528 times 78 times 3 is a minimum of, that's 120 megawatts of power from those solar panels. And it's going to be twice that around Vulcanus, so 240 megawatts. And then we have accumulator bank as well to catch these spikes. 364 accumulators. And this time we are counting the power it can provide times 0.48 megawatts of each. So that's another 170 megawatts of extra power production for as long as the accumulator bank lasts, of course. We'll see how long that is. I think this ship is ready for a test flight. We do obviously want to fill the tanks. Once, and then just see how it goes. I think we don't do water. Right? Alright, and then we still have to, we actually have to run the signal down all the way to the pump anyway. So you know what, let's do it. We'll do it. Can we reach the next one? No, we cannot. Can't connect solar panel. No. How short are we? I'm betting you we are one short. No? Okay, we are more than one short. Alright. Okay, we can reach the belts though, so we can make a stepping stone belt stuff thing. So if we can reach this and we can reach this. That's gonna be a reliable pattern. Let's do it on one side and we'll copy it to the other side. So this is just like a connection medium. We cannot connect the laser, but we can connect like such. Right? Enable only if speed is 0 basically. That's when we want this to activate. Now it's working because speed is 0. We are reading speed. As soon as we start flying, these will switch off then. I think. Now we just, hopefully I designed this in such a way that I can do this. It's network, yeah, the network is just going to copy itself. All the way down. Except for the last one, because here it's different. Suppose we are not that, yeah, we should not connect to that. We want to connect to the pumps, it's too far. So we'll connect to this accumulator on the way. Pump. Accumulator. Alright, and now we can copy the entire side of the ship like such. Flip it. Okay, that's the network. Okay, I did not set the laser turret. Not all of them. That is done. Tileable. Right. Okay, that is. I now need to set it to relative, I suppose, because the grid size changed. Okay, all of these are set except the last ones. Those are special, probably. So that should be good. Yeah, we want those to work when in orbit, so that's good. They will be around working on Vulcanus in orbit. This is one ugly ship. All power, no nothing. Things become kind of simple if you just need electricity, which is distributed automatically, and nothing else. Just a little bit of fuel, which we can just keep copy-pasting until the end of time. This belt has become a bit shorter, so we probably want to... Let's do the fine-tuning. So how long is this belt? It does not do that behind the thruster. It's basically 18 tiles long times 2, 36 tiles long. Asteroids are laying on one side of the belt. We discount the corners. Actually no, they are on the outside, so we can count those. So 36 times 4 asteroids fit on the belt. 36 times 4, so we got to not exceed 144 asteroids on the belt. We do not need any metallics, not really, just a little bit for making fuel. We want mostly... I don't think we want a lot of anything, to be honest. But we can just set these to throw overboard stuff whenever. More than 40? Yeah, let's go 20. We can keep these are quite rare. Let's keep more of those. Those are quite rare among the entire internal universe. Let's look at the recipes. 2 iron ore. We get 20 iron ore per asteroid, so that's 10 recipes per craft. This needs 2 carbon. Carbon gives us only 10 instead of 20, so let's do carbon twice as much as metal. Okay, 40 is good. 20, 40 and 80 together is 140, which should exactly not clog up the belt ever. So let's go 15, 15, 60 instead, just to keep a little bit of space on the belt. So that is 120 asteroids on a belt which can fit about 144, so that should never clog up then. And we have the most water asteroids available, despite having a tank of water on here. That might be necessary at some point. Okay, even that is fine-tuned now, so I think the only thing that's left to do... We could put speed modules in here to make the thruster work always. I don't think the power consumption matters at this point, since we've got a laser ship. Which means we can also put productivity or something in the crushers. Why not Air productivity 2s. We get enough asteroids. We don't need any of that really. Okay, how fast could this thing become? 117 and it consumes 120, so that's basically 1 to 1. This might be an idea. How it consumes 32 watt per second, which is exactly what this thing can produce. So yeah, let's go for this setup then. Live production for unlimited thruster fuel. With the help of a couple speed modules. This is like 1 megawatt each. This is like one laser firing one shot to run these things. 1 shot per second. I think we're ready to try this out. Let's make this entire brick slightly less bricky. There. Isn't that beautiful? How the ship looks nice. We can just fit a fake thruster in here. Do we have a Prometheum thruster? Oh no, we don't have any Prometheum designs. This is a decorative. It doesn't need to be though. We have space. Alright, let's do that then. Now it's symmetric-ish, if we count this as a chemical plant. This is as symmetric as fuel is gonna get, yeah, with the thruster outputs and the different recipes. Okay, now the entire belt is symmetric. Okay, it suddenly looks much nicer. Now what is this inserter doing? This inserter is not doing much, is it? Let's change it to a red one then. You can put it on ice cube as well. It won't actually do anything. But it will look like it's doing something. Alright, the design is done. Let's stop thinking. Space hauler. Okay, we'll just override that. I'm not gonna make 10,000 saves and keep them for editor mode. So this ship as backup probably wants to have like these couple stacks of space platforms perhaps. Some asteroid collectors. Some stacks of walls. Maybe a stack of laser turrets. I don't think much else is gonna get destroyed. Nothing that really matters anyway. The laser turrets are important. Okay, we have a backup connection down each side through the belt. So we are not relying on the laser turret to convey the signal down. Or are we? Actually we are. Over here we are. So let's make that completely independent of the laser turrets existing. We do not have a lot of laser turrets down here. I probably should do this instead. To protect the thruster. Okay, now this is getting a bit ridiculous here. There we go. That's it, right? We're cooling the water tank. That's a great first chat message, you know? You want your... You can have some comfort in space as well. Just add some ice cubes to your drinks. Left side roam network for lasers next to the thruster. That's a sharp eye, man. I don't know how you guys see all the stuff all the time. I have no idea. Alright, as long as this one survives, which if this one dies we are in trouble anyway, so yeah. I think that's okay. Repair packs. What about pump control for ship speed? I think I have that. Did I mess it up? No, we have it. And this time it should actually work. I'm gonna switch it off for the first test flight, just to see how it will perform if we go maximum speed. We have a lot more power, and a lot more lasers, and a lot less lasers shooting stuff which don't need to be shot going on. We could have some small asteroids actually impacting the side of the ship. So that might be a concern. We might make this entire thing one tile wider by adding just a line of walls around the outside to protect against these small asteroids. That's probably gonna be necessary, I think, since these are not going to be active. I don't have the circuit network research, so I cannot like set filters to only small ones in flight and all the ones and not in flight. So we'll probably just brute force that with a wall. So we'll just do that now. These things have got to have the space to throw stuff in space. That's a lot of unnecessary space platforms, I suppose, but now it's a proper brick. A brick with a stone outside. And it's instantly 6,000 times safer now. Since these walls can take a punch, especially from the small asteroids, we can just let those go on there, which means we won't repair packs. Alright. Laser turrets. We should not lose any. I'm more concerned about walls. Platforms we need less than, since no platforms are gonna get blown up, not really. Asteroid collectors might get blown up regularly, but I think in general we just need repair packs. Repair the walls which get impacted by small asteroids now. So let's try out this ship. I think that's done. I'm gonna make a blueprint of it even. That's the calcite hauler. way over-engineered, exactly what I didn't want. I wanted to make a simple ship. It is a simple ship, it's just a big ship. But I got the space platforms anyway, so let's throw it in there. Maybe we give it some symbols like calcite. Ah. Alright, it also has to, let's remind ourselves, it has to bring in plastics and rocket fuel from Norvis. So, bring plastic and rocket fuel to Vulcanus. Bring calcite to Norvis. And then we gotta kind of figure out the ratios of how much plastic and rocket fuel to bring and how much calcite we need in return. Should be fairly easy to figure out. Alright. Let's give it a try. This one should go pretty good, I think. Laser slab. The laser slab. That is a good that is a good name for this ship. Laser slab. In an era where laser slabbing should not be possible. Let's send it to Vulcanus with unlimited speed. Let's see what happens. Gotta have the power network, the giant power network chart on screen again. Okay, go out of editor mode again. In the hub. Power. Okay, this is the end of the hub. So let's see what happens. So we got 132 megawatts worth of solar. It's gonna go up as we approach Vulcanus. Speed up time until we encounter the first asteroids. 5 gigajoules of solar bank. Okay, we are encountering the first asteroids. By the time we are shooting those, we're up to 150 megawatts or so. It's taking a rather long time to destroy asteroids here. So far we're still good on the life production. The accumulator charge, they may actually not function so much as accumulator bank, but more as like compact extra solar panels, which can do 480 kilowatts, regardless of the distance to the sun. Whereas these do 230-ish kilowatts around Norvis and 460 kilowatts around Vulcanus. So these do the same, like twice the kilowatt of a solar panel around Norvis in a 2x2 footprint instead of 3x3. Even if we are not using the actual charge, we are using the peak power of the which the accumulators can provide. It is a little worrisome. I think we need to limit speed a little bit. It's okay, this thing needs to fly once per hour. So it's not like we need to have it flying at full speed, but even at full speed it's doing fine. No, it's not doing fine. It is a little bit dangerous. We're gonna lose some asteroid collectors due to RNG. Did we sustain any damage so far? It does not have a damage signal D, so I suppose We haven't taken any damage just yet. Okay, this is surviving quite nicely. Alright, I think we've got a not viable laser turret ship designed. Looks like it is viable if you make it long enough. Alright, so these indeed are not shooting the asteroids. Now we are arriving. Speed is going to go down to 0. Speed is still 70. Oh, we have a quite a deceleration period here. Holy moly. It looks stationary, but it's not. Look at that, it's still going. Oh, that might be a problem. We gotta then set these turrets to fire when speed is less than 20 or something, or 40. This ship is taking its sweet time to stop, man. We're gonna get some damage, maybe. $16. Sorry about missing the moment. Only the wall got like a little bit too fast. Alright, now we don't have the... I forgot about that. We don't have the speed, sufficient speed to fork in the resources with these higher quality ingredients. We need to be feeding 3.13 a second, at least do 1 per second. So that's not gonna fly. Alright, we are at 0 kilometers a second. Are we shooting stuff from the sides? Let's try speeding up time. Yeah, we are shooting stuff. That should reliably shoot everything. Now we're at Vulcanus, power is basically unlimited. Alright. I would need more inserters. The problem is that conflicts with these. Unless I output the extra asteroids somewhere else. This is the key accumulator. Can maybe get rid of 1 solar panel. This sucks. This is not the key accumulator. We can basically do the output. Maybe over here. And then have that side load onto the belt like that. Then we can get rid of this guy. And we can add some more of those. It still eats up only half a chunk a second. This is not reaching actually. Okay, so we do need these in better quality then. To keep up. Same for here. We get rid of... Basically we will copy that. And then we'll change the filter to metallic chunk. bit clunky, but suppose it's fine. We just throw it out into space as well. We've got the room to do that. How would that look? I think that would look better. We don't have the... we cannot delete that at the moment. Alright, let's not do it then. Fine. Light on the spaceship. We can have some lights on the spaceship. Fill in the empty spaces here. Okay, so now we do not need this guy. This guy can move. Keep it symmetric. More lights. Quality. This now eats 1.6 ice cubes a second. Quality fixes everything. I think that should now be able to keep up with full speed. So let's update the blueprint. Calcite hull or laser slab. Let's change it to the proper lingo, I suppose. Uh, 8.9k platforms. It's more expensive than my stationary iron platform. That's about 6k, I think 6k platforms. The space platform is 7k, this thing is now 8k platforms. It's maybe a bit OP for what it's doing, but I think I'm just going to keep it as it is. We have used a little bit of one repair pack. Let's replenish it. Laser turret. Wall. Okay, all of this is replenished. Alright. These laser turrets. Can we just read something else? Not speed? No, this is just like where we are moving to and from. It looks like we gotta do it with the speed. It's annoying that it takes so long to slow down after arriving. I suppose we can do this only when speed is less than... basically when we're in flight it should not work. 30. Now it would be good to have that the circuit network. So I don't need to do this on every single laser turret all the time. I think I can drag this down though. Right. And those. We'll see if it works after we stop moving, after we fly. If we fly and those things are shooting, then something is wrong. I think I want to keep these just firing always, really. Maybe we'll just disconnect those. In case something goes wrong, this is like the important part of the ship. We'll set up the pumps. We are shooting the lasers at 30, so let's set the pumps at 40. I think the ship is capable of surviving. And that's gonna be the final fine-tune, I hope. Let's fly this thing. What is this? Let's fly to Vulgora. True GLEEEBlergh. Let's fly GLEEEBlergh, Vulgora, GLEEEBlergh, Vulcanus and see if it just survives. So as such. Alright, test flight. I'll just mouse over an accumulator to see the status of the accumulators, how much it's charging, if it's outputting or not. So now we are slowly getting up to speed. And I can re-chat a little bit because I've been ignoring you for the longest time now. Sorry about that. Red lights. Design for 1 hour is not too bad. I would have thought this would take me longer. It has taken me a lot longer to design the personal spaceship, even though it's much smaller. Okay. Something is going wrong. Okay, we're not moving out of the way fast enough. It's not doing major damage, so maybe I'm just gonna accept that. Are we oscillating too much? Maybe we're oscillating too much. These asteroids have barely any momentum. There's nothing. Probably some weird leftover asteroid spawns from like some transition period between moving and not moving, something like that. I suppose that's fine. Are we just really this slow to move out of the way? Why is this asteroid hardly moving though? That is weird. These small asteroids get instantly zapped, man. I built the wall to protect against these guys, but looks like I need to protect against like stray asteroids which end up having like similar momentum to the ship moving forward or something. Alright, so the wall does not protect us against what it was designed to protect us from, but it protects us all the same. It doesn't look like any of the small asteroids will get through to just get a break in the back. I think we have too many turrets. I might fine-tune the design a bit in terms of turrets needed. I mean, rare laser turrets are quite an investment. We don't really need them, I think. I can just go with the solid block of turrets here. We can actually just build these turrets out to the side, because if these turrets help shooting these asteroids over here, that will free up those front turrets for new asteroids coming in from the front earlier. Okay, we are on the way to GLEEEBlergh now. I don't think we have had any damage yet. I think this is a very safe design. How is this better than buffering ammo? Nobody said it was better. But somebody said laser turrets in space are not viable, so I got sidetracked and nerf sniped into making it viable. That is basically how we ended up here. It is a lot simpler though, it has much less moving elements compared to a normal ship. You don't need to do any asteroid processing apart from fuel, which we already designed some previous time. We get to look at the rainbow lasers mod a bit more, which is nice as well. We don't need to make ammo, we don't need to smelt ore, we don't need to like control stashes, we just have a giant power generating block and a giant block of lasers. Basically ablating any asteroid which comes in. As long as you don't go too fast. Rule of Cool says it's better and it's silent. That is a great argument. Man, the turret sound can get quite obnoxious after some time. I did notice that in the Shattered Planet run, where the railguns and rocket turrets and explosions and constantly I had to tune down the volume of those specific game elements to just make it bearable. This thing is set silent and deadly. Alright, we made it to GLEEEBlergh. Now we get to the... Okay, I know we're getting damaged again in the back. Too much sideways momentum. We probably will get another couple weird asteroid spawns which do the same kind of thing. Although we didn't stop for any amount of time. Let's stop for any amount of time. Let's go back to GLEEEBlergh. We got a drop under 30 kilometers a second for the other lasers to activate. Let's try going faster. Zip zip. Right, arriving, stopping at GLEEEBlergh. Timer is already running. Not sure we're gonna drop below 30 kilometers a second anytime soon. Okay, we drop below, yeah, we drop below. Alright, we're shooting asteroids from the side now. So we're stationed in orbit, we are shooting asteroids from the side. We're gonna depart any moment. We might get a couple spawns aimed at the hub while don't see any strange asteroid spawns at the moment. Nuclear is the way to power lasers. I would agree. And I would build nuclear if I could. But I'm not quite in the mood to deviate for 17 hours to research it. Yeah, I'm tired, man. I had a hard holiday. Believe it or not. I'm exhausted. On my holiday. So I didn't want to have too much on my mind. This is a great design project to break the intended way again. Have that 90% laser reduction. 90% laser resistance. At low tech level. We can still do it. Alright, let me... Okay, we used up like one repair pack and a little bit. Let me replenish that. We did not lose anything else. Okay, now we're at full durability again for those. I'm gonna set these to 60 seconds. It will be dinner break soon. We're gonna let the ship fly a bit during the dinner break. We can enjoy the rainbow laser mod And I can enjoy my dinner. And we'll see if we get damaged. I don't think we can view the damage any normal way. Ship is exactly too large to fit on the minimap. Do I make some changes still? Yeah, F the rare lasers. We could do some cargo base in the front. I don't know if that makes sense. 1359 storage spots. I don't know where that makes it worth it. No, it doesn't look nice. These can help against asteroids coming from the side a bit. And we got uncommon laser turrets to spare, so not sure these are ever gonna shoot anything. Let's just make a block. I think those are shooting too far out. Hey, we're out of power. That's not good. Not even arrived in Vulgora yet. Alright. Abort mission, back to GLEEEBlergh. This is a calcite hauler. No! That is why we're carrying the extra asteroid collectors. It survived somehow. Bleep, bleep, bleep. Alright, let's change the schedule. We're not gonna go to Vulgora. It's just gonna be GLEEEBlergh and Vulcanus. Are we out of... No input fluid. Ah, pump disabled. Yeah, I believe lasers get the benefit of the doubt. We are falling towards Vulgora. We do care about speed, that is the problem. The laser turrets get priority. And now it's more of a laser brick with the giant square grid of lasers anyway. I think it's gonna sort itself out really. Almost made it to Vulgora though, so that's not too bad. Okay, I was gonna put infinite power on there. It's gonna sort itself out though. It might have a couple more hiccups, but it will never have to fly to Vulgora. And I think if we do 2 more damage upgrades for lasers, which I'm planning to research anyway, it's going to use a lot less power, and it will be viable to also go to Vulgora. But yeah, we don't need to transport anything to and from Vulgora, I don't think. We just need to pick up the science packs and the modules over there, which both are low volume things. Now we're going too fast again, so now we're just gonna switch off a bit again. Eventually it should cycle nicely between both of the planets, I think. I'm actually just going to update the design already. If we update the design, we need to just put some requests in the ship as well. Just some backup stuff. So that's all the stuff we have currently got on board. We are basically only using repair packs. So maybe I should focus more on those. We're actually using them up in some sort of quantity. After all these asteroids get destroyed, the accumulators will charge up again. Look at that guy. That guy has got momentum. Now we're getting these stationary spawns, which are aimed at the hub from all the way around. Maybe they're always aimed at the hub from all the way around, but your spaceship speed negates the... like, messes up the vectors. Intentionally. I think we're going again. Going again. I think this time we'll get out. GLEEEBlergh has half the solar of Norvis, so that's even there. If we can survive on GLEEEBlergh, we should be good. Yeah, it goes from 600 to 200% solar in space. Alright. Let me update the design. I'm gonna keep it like this. I like the laser block. Now it's literally a laser block at the front. Yes, the lasers are wasteful, the rare ones. I think that's gonna work out nicely though. Alright. Enjoy the flight. I'm going to go for dinner. And I'll be back after the break. And then I'll finally read through chat before resuming, and I will answer all your 2-hour-old comments. And I'll do my best to read some more chat after I'm back. During the process. We've got the thing designed basically. Now it's just a fine-tuning stage. I will stop doing the fine-tuning stage. We're gonna make some progress again in the game after the break. So this thing, if this thing turns out to be working, we're gonna keep it as it is. We're gonna build it, and we're gonna wait for the planet to unlock, and then we can actually use it. We might just use this ship to fly to Vulcanus ourselves instead of the personal one. We can take a whole bunch of stuff on this one, that's for sure. Right, enjoy the break. I'll be back in roughly 20 to 25 minutes. Alright. We're back. Just missed Josh Doshington in chat apparently. Yeah, indeed, we're just stress testing a design we just came up with. Why lasers and not gun turrets? Pink Pajamas has it right. Design challenge mostly. Looks like we are working our way around. Some other like sub challenges to the main challenge, which is to get keeping your hands clean achievement on 1000 times science cost on further default settings without any base defense. So that challenge is too easy. It could use a couple more challenges like no fast inserters, a low-tech laser-powered hauler without gun turrets. Looks like we're doing it. Scrolling back through chat a bit. Yeah, a kilo from the ground up with ground a kilo with only solar. That's probably not gonna happen. I cannot go to Vulgora. I think we can go to Vulgora once we research 2 more laser damage upgrades, which are in the cards anyway. I'm going to not research any technologies I don't really need until we have redesigned Norvis and we can be like 10 times more efficient with our ore patches. But once we have redesigned that, we will be researching 3 and 4. Looks like we're not in editor mode right now. Let's try that. So we have 28 damage on our turrets right now. Why isn't it working? We were in editor mode. 3, okay, 3 is researched and 4. So instead of having 28 damage per laser turret, now we have 42 damage per laser turret, which is more. 42 over 28. It's like 1.5 times the damage output, which basically translates in us using only 66% of the power, 1/3 or 2/3 of the power to do the same damage to asteroids, since we still use 800 kilojoules per shot, but each shot now does 1.5 times the damage. There is no flat resistance, only the percentage resistance, so we don't need to worry about difficult calculations. It's literally just 1.5 times the damage output for the same power cost, or the same damage output for 2/3 the power cost. So let's fly directly through GLEEEBlergh to Vulgora again, and then we'll wait there for a while. We're gonna go at 2 times speed. Let's see how far we get with the damage upgrades researched. Just started watching the challenge on YouTube. Very inspiring. Glad I can catch a live stream. Alright, nice. What is Mike doing? No genocide, no. I'm gonna put it in the bingo chart to, unless genocide says something in chat, because you're trying very hard to trigger the the bingos. How many more streams before Vulcanus? I hope to get there next weekend, really. But yeah, I'm not sure. Ship work is good. Ah yeah, CTX Tigger is the reason why we went off into this tangent, into trying to design a laser turret only ship. Probably even more effective would have been an ablative ship only, just using walls to absorb the damage. Problem with that is you don't get any asteroids for your fuel, so maybe this design is more functional after all. Yeah, the ship is now basically, thanks, I have to thank you, because now we designed an endgame sized ship, so I don't need to upgrade this anymore. We have plenty of storage space now for all of our calcite needs for the entire 2K SPM megabase on Norvis. after foundries and whatnot. And the ship basically has to be this big anyway, because we've got to get all the solar and accumulators on board to make it viable. So the comparative low volume, like the low amount of space that's taken up by cargo base, is actually not that much. I really like the simplicity of this ship. No moving parts, just some walls which absorb some of the damage, laser turrets which do most of the work. That's just power, laser turrets and storage. And a bit of copy-pasted thruster fuel setup from the back. Yes, somebody was right, one of these is not working. We've got a decorative crusher on board for symmetry purposes. It's inserting ice cubes into a water tank to keep it cool, as you can obviously see. There's a very important hidden mechanic in Factorio, but if you keep your water cool, it's more efficient. Help spreading misinformation around the world. Okay, we're passing GLEEEBlergh now. 200% solar in space, I think. And we're gonna go into Vulgora, which has only got 120% solar in space. Last time we ran into accumulator problems. We do get damaged every now and then by some weird asteroid spawns, but I suppose it's fine. We've got the walls on board. We spent 20 repair packs and nothing else while I was gone, apparently, so looks like we're just gonna be bringing a bunch of repair packs and one stack of all the other stuff. Let's see what the difference is that the damage upgrade makes. We are still having a full accumulator bank. You can see it in the mouse over on the right side, how full the accumulators are. Looks like they are only activating to increase peak power output for now. I think last time we got into trouble when we were almost at Vulgora already. A U-shaped front. I don't think so. I'm trying to avoid the lasers shooting out too far to the side, which is why they are not on the very edge anymore. And I do not need to collect any asteroids. I just need them for fuel. I'm already over collecting asteroids for sure. Right, we are dipping into our accumulator bank right now. Let's go back to 1x speed. 12 megajoules, it's dropping fast now. So the question is, can we get to Vulgora before the accumulator bank runs out? And at that point in time, we should be able to build up accumulator bank again, since the asteroid spawns in orbit are way less frequent than the ones when you are traveling. 10 gigajoules or 10 megajoules and dropping. We might need more accumulators to go to Vulgora then. On the other hand, we're only 5,000 kilometers away now. Yeah, instead of speed. Because basically, we don't really care if we are wasting power if we have a lot of it. We only care if we are wasting power when we don't have a lot of it. So I could just set those to literally like 99%. If accumulators dip below 99%, switch off the side lasers. Actually, that is not a great idea either. I realize now, because we're going to be arriving at Vulgora. It's gonna take some time to charge the lasers back up. So both of them have some flaws, I suppose. Sorry, it's gonna take some time to charge the accumulators back up to 15 megajoules. I think we're gonna make it there. Looks like we have already surpassed the biggest hurdle. Missing accumulators below turrets. I think I'll keep this space open, just like the deck of the ship for the the engineer captain, something like that. Okay, we're already going up in power again. Okay, we have arrived now. Let's see what happens first. Do we drop below 30 kilometers a second? Or is accumulator charge gonna be back up to full? I think we're gonna be dropping below speed first. Yeah, we have dropped below speed, so we are shooting from the sides now as well. Alright, that was a close shave, so I think I'm just gonna keep it like that. If we had circuit network, I could set up an OR condition. Or so either if accumulators. I don't know. I don't think we need to do that. The ship works. Okay, now we've stopped at Vulgora. Are we charging? We are charging. Accumulator charge is charging up again. This is the 10-minute graph. Vulgora, GLEEEBlergh approaching the dense asteroid formations near Vulgora, and basically stopping in orbit. Speed drops below 30. All the side lasers switch on, which is another small dip, and then we just charge up again until full. So it looks like we're gonna be okay. Let's try to make it out of here as well. See what happens to the accumulators. So we're starting at roughly 13 megajoules of charge. Still in editor mode, but we're about to get out of there. We are just coming back from dinner break. So we had this thing fly over the dinner break. We're just now looking how it survived. Looks like we're gonna go back to 15 megajoules before we even run into asteroids. We're back to full. We spent 20 repair packs. That is very acceptable. We're basically speed limited just by the laser power. We upped the laser power to damage level 4 now, which we are eventually gonna research. But for the real run, for now, we are gonna be keeping the speed at about 40 kilometers a second or so. Pretty cool that it can reach pretty much 70 or 80 kilometers a second on a single non-quality thruster. Accumulator bank is still full. Let's speed it up a bit. Full. Still full. I think we don't have the required speed to dodge all the asteroids, like the slantiest of slanty asteroids. They bump against the ship at some point. Especially when we jiggle up and down in velocity. So perhaps I just want the back ones to be active as well. That is gonna shoot a lot of asteroids which don't make sense though. Try like flopping a couple of these in the back still. Okay, so now we're getting to the stage where we're doing way too much fine tuning. We do this to catch the slantiest of asteroids. Looks like these don't have the... Why is this guy shooting? Alright, these are not connected to the circuit network anymore apparently. Okay, so those were already shooting for the longest time. Alright, 12 megajoules. Yeah, okay, I think once we upgrade we can also fly with this ship to... that looks okay. I think we're gonna go with this. So these turrets are not hooked up. These can catch the close shaves at the very back. We might get struck every now and then. But the impact is so shallow, it apparently does not do a lot of damage to the walls. That problem might solve itself if we just go faster. Technically we should encounter the same amount of asteroids in total per trip. We just have a little bit less time to charge up solar. Let's just keep it at 40. For the blueprint, I'm gonna stop fine-tuning now. It is good enough. It has 0 chance of dying. These lasers only kill the asteroids after they cleared the critical part. So I'm not sure if I should be going for that. It's just a power waste, really. So to combat that, let's just hook these lasers up then. And set those up to not shoot either. Alright. So yeah, we'll just take the damage if the asteroids hit the back of the ship. It hasn't broken a single wall just yet in all of this testing, so I think we should be fine. The last 1/3 of the ship? Ah, you could see that on the minimap perhaps. Alright, we're still gonna keep it as is. We could move the turrets in. No, we don't need to do that because we disabled them. Alright, that's correct. Update the blueprint. We can fine-tune this in the real game. So the design work is done. We can fine-tune it in the real game. We don't need to spend more time in editor mode. Let's start progressing science once again. It appears that this is good. I'm gonna just save the space hauler save over here. And let's make progress again. Only one save in 2 hours. What's going on? Hello again. Did lasers near hub even do anything? Quite possibly not, but again, we're not gonna spend more time in editor mode now. Alright, so we got our personal spaceship. That is so tiny compared to the new one. Let's just overlay them. This is the profile of my personal spaceship, and on the right side we've got the new calcite hauler. Quite a difference. And believe it or not, this ship has taken me at least 4 times as long to design compared to the calcite hauler. Which is why I wanted to make a simple ship, because this is just an incredible mess of weird mechanics. It is even a lot weirder than it looks. Again, to reiterate, if I upgrade this to a rare inserter, then this works slower. This inserts iron ore slower into the hub. There's just all kinds of weird stuff going on this ship. It has taken me forever to design and fine-tune this guy. Compared to just like 2 hours for that transporter ship, it's not too bad. Thanks, Mohu. I'm gonna assume that's French. Thanks, Mohu, for the Prime subscription for 4 months. It was not getting sidetracked in the bingo card, but you can color that one anyway. I've gotten sidetracked already numerous amount of time over the course of this one. Alright, let's go back to Novice. So what do you do then? Do we send in, out? we send out another spaceship? I think we do. Let's first disable space platform making. We can make space platforms on demand. I'm kind of tempted to just switch off these chests. Okay, there's 4 chests, so this will basically make this a 1-tile belt. And then if we underground belt this, yeah, we can underground belt this distance here, like so. And bypass the chests completely if we want. For now though, we want to feed out all of this. We've got 6.4k platforms, 7,500 platforms plus whatever is on the belt. And our calcite hauler is 8,900 platforms. So about 1,500 short. I think I'm just going to... I have no inventory. I'm just going to collect some into that chest, 1,500. While we shoot the rest up into space automated. My inventory is over here. Alright. So if I'm missing 1.5k platforms, let's say I'm missing like one, there's still a couple on the belt, let's say I'm missing 1k platforms. So let's just start inserting those into this chest over here. Very slowly, which is fine. And meanwhile we can feed out all of this into space. Those are going to be launching automatically. As soon as we send up another space platform, we made 10. 6 are left. Here comes space platform number 4. Oh god. The calcite hauler. I suppose the laser slab calcite hauler. Is that too long of a name? I guess it's clear. So let's send that one into space. Oh wait, I can do this remotely. I can watch the launch from a nice vantage point. Can I get onto this belt? Too fast. Belt immunity equipment engage. Still deciding on first planet? No. We have decided. Last stream we decided as well. Last stream we decided we went to Vulgora. But now we decided we are not going to go to Vulgora. We're going to get foundries. Just foundries and get back. Get foundries and get back. That's the plan. Right? Johnny's did not wake up. Laser slab calcite hauler has been created in orbit. All of these rockets now should be ready to launch up some space platforms. So Let's go. Does it even fit? I think I can. Can I paste this in one time? No. Only half. I can only paste half of the ship. It is too large. Okay, we gotta set it to automatically request, I suppose. Kinda don't like that space is so limited in the chunks that are generated. You can see the back half of the ship does not get pasted. Anyway, it's gonna request 4.4k space platforms for the moment. Yeah, big miners for Vulgora I'm gonna get as well. So either big miners for Vulgora or elevated railways. So I can just bring in scrap from the islands. But just big miners would be nice to have on Vulgora just for the convenience factor. Well, it's like 4 miners per site for a red belt of scrap. That is really good. It's kind of building itself out in a circle. Okay, I suppose we just wait for that. We can switch out the personal spaceship blueprint for the calcite hauler. Alright, so now we're emptying these chests, which is good. That calcite hauler is like 9,000 platforms. Which means it's 180,000 steel of space platforms. Okay, let's go and make the stuff we need for this, because we need some stuff for this, man. We need a bunch of stuff for this. I'm not even sure I have that many accumulators of the uncommon variant. I kinda do. 312, we need 348. It is trivial though to make those. It is literally just iron plates and then batteries, which are literally just more iron plates and some copper ones. So it does look daunting, but it's really quite easy and cheap to make. The only annoying part is we cannot make it into our hand feeding area because it requires sulfuric acid. So I suppose we'll be making them somewhere over here. Alright, so let's first do that. I don't have any normal stone anywhere. I just realized I just have this little bit. Looks like we're gonna make uncommon walls instead of regular ones, because that is uncommon is more common in my base than common at the moment. Yeah, that's funny. Alright. That means we're setting up some smelting this time. And in that case, we will set it up with quality module. I wish you could super force blueprint modules inside furnaces as well. Or other entities. Alright, so we got some quality bricks out of there. So then we just need some inserters on there. 1.12 stone a second, holy moly. Gotta crack out our fast inserters for this. That's still not gonna suffice. Our super fast inserters then. Oh wait, 1.12. Never mind, these will do. And then bricks 0.56. Alright, I'm exaggerating here. This is fine. And then we just gotta collect some uncommon stone. There's gonna be a couple of hauling trips. We got some good bricks out of there to make furnaces. Yeah, I assumed I needed more electric furnaces for my hauler because we needed to make ammo. But not anymore. Oh wait, we have these sitting around. I missed that. More better quality, more better. Now we're in the real world. In the real factory world. Yeah, you're gonna need to haul some stuff. Rockets should keep on launching away. We might actually be able to build out. Let's actually make a copy of the hauler, but save only the platforms and the hub and the thruster. And that's what we got so far, alright? Then we'll just plop this in there. Okay, that should keep the rockets sending. It's gonna take a while to make all of them. Much more better. Don't make fun of my English. But you're right. I should know more better than that. It would maybe make sense to just smelt it into bricks right here. But we have a running armor. We can just walk back and front a couple of times. Yeah, if we catch you, let's make a new rule. If we catch you bingo trolling, if we catch you bingo trolling, then your bingo chart will be invalidated. You cannot use your own he said it in chat things to fill your chart. If people catch you, that's gonna invalidate your entire chart. You need to start over. This is Mike stops playing to watch rockets, by the way. Apparently. Just popped into mind. Alright, now we can do some more hand loading. Literally one stack shorter. Oh, we can throw this into there as well. I'll just throw all. I think that's gonna create... That's possibly gonna create enough bricks already. 1k. I should have just limited the chest to 1k instead of doing this zippy. 500 bricks a pop. So 4k bricks. 800 walls. We need 582 and 1 stack in reserve. 700 walls. So yeah, we're gonna be good with this amount of bricks. Let's hope we don't get too many quality bricks. That's gonna mess us up. Said nobody ever. Alright, so that accounts for the bricks. Suppose we should keep our inventory in a chest really, if we're gonna be collecting this. 524 solar panels. I have no idea how many I've got. No, 515. That is incredible. We are missing 9 solar panels. I'm not gonna use my rare ones for that. Yeah, just 9 uncommon solar panels to make them. I suppose we are not gonna wait. We're gonna do that the Michael Hendricks way. Some people would say is the annoying way. I cannot blame you, but we're gonna do it that way anyway. Don't have any uncommon copper. One of the very few recipes in the game which actually uses copper plates. I haven't ran into my pet worms yet today. Surprisingly. So I guess we'll grab some uncommon copper from here. This has not backed up yet. That's one chest worth. Wait, we are there already. My on-demand crafting. Right, that should do it. We'll throw one chest of uncommon copper in here then. Alright. There we go, 524 panels. Right, this is gonna be a bit bigger. A collection of stuff than before. Panels go in there. See how the bricks are doing. Bricks are not ready yet at all. $348 accumulators. Let's work on those next. 348. 36 accumulators. Alright. We can make those in here. And then we just need batteries. For the batteries we need plates as well. 36 times 5, 180. Then we probably just use productivity on that. We got some rare batteries in here actually. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Accumulators, we are making those. Let's not overcomplicate things. No need for that. It's gonna take a while, but that's gonna finish up. No EM plants yet, so we cannot make those in there. That's gonna do it for accumulators. Then we get to the easier part. 240 red belts. They gotta be red because of chat pressure. 64 undergrounds. Uh, 48 uncommon cargo bays. Okay, we're gonna skip those. Let me grab a requester chest, which I cannot make. Okay, we got this. We are making those. We have these. We are making these. We got those. We got those. We are postponing the laser turrets and the cargo base. 26 bells. I forgot. It's probably bells. I just forgot to upgrade to red. Those are the asteroid stuff in the back. No, let's keep that yellow. 18 pipe undergrounds. Alright. 8 lamps. Finally, I remember that I should take those in my inventory. 8 of these modules. 7 and 6 inserters. Six speed modules. What are those for again? Ah, for the fuel, I remember. Okay, we only got one. Sorry about it. Are you not using bots? No. We don't have a sufficient bot network yet. First of all, we don't have logistics systems, so making a bot mall is out of the question. And that is a 9-hour tech to research, so we're not going to get it all. And then these things, all the rare quality stuff, that's just way too expensive to pre-make. If I make stuff out of this, I cannot unmake it. So I gotta keep it as base ingredient as possible and just make stuff on demand. But these are done. So for example, now I had those batteries left over. That is not a good example. So let's not talk about that. Especially these red chips and green chips are quite expensive. So just making those things on demand really. Because I cannot really predict, the builds are so large that whenever you need something, you need like massive quantities of anything. Now of course assemblers are a thing you can keep in stock, but what about, do I really want to keep like 300 rare quality assemblers in stock? And then run out of base resources I need to make other stuff. RIP bitrate, okay, stream randomly dies for no reason, achieved. I don't know, looks okay to me. How's it on Twitch? That's a bit wobbly on Twitch. Yeah, I'm not having any bitrate issues in Factorio game myself. I meant the Streamlabs counter does appear to be stable, the Twitch one does not. So no, maybe it's I don't know exactly what the issue is. It was not as horrible as 0 bitrate though, as it sometimes can get. Alright, 348 of those. Accumulators. don't think we have made any normal laser turrets yet this game. We have only made uncommon ones. 5 rare blue guys. 4 normal crushers. We have these now. 3 fluid tanks. 3 rare quality chemical plants. Okay, we gotta make those, I think. Okay, we don't have those. 3 regular efficiency modules, really? That is for the ice cube thing, to keep our water tank cool. Two pumps. I think I got those here. Two asteroid collectors. And then again, 1 thruster. Which we have to make. One thruster per spaceship so far. Alright. That is those things all done. 3 rare chemical plants. Should be easy enough. Rare pipes. 15 pieces. Can make that in the same one. Then we just add steel, gears and chips. Unrestricted. Then we gotta make normal laser turrets out of all things, because we don't want the extra range on most of them. We actively are trying to avoid that. Alright, so we got those. We need to make 582 walls and then some in reserve. Bricks. Still going, almost done. Okay, we'll pick that up. Let's first throw our stuff in the chest. I thought it would be way more. Apparently it's not that bad. Everything goes in there except the bot stuff. Alright. There's no way we're done yet with launching platforms. Alright, these things are done launching platforms. But of course we have only pasted half of the ship yet. That is the other half. Let's grab the blueprint. Alright, great. We can only add to here, not the rest yet. Alright, that should launch these guys. No? No, because of course that should launch these. How do you make blueprints from scratch without copying them into a new blueprint from the ground? I don't understand the question, but I don't have mods which allow me to do stuff with blueprints, so I guess yes. You can press Alt B, no wait, that was the hotkey again. Yeah, Alt B to create an empty blueprint from scratch and then just blueprint something. I don't exactly know what you mean at the moment. Don't launch, yeah, okay. And those are the leftover rare resources. If we can pick up the walls. Okay, not too many quality bricks, so that's good. We don't want that. We don't have anything in our inventory that we need for... Wait, was that a lure to get me to explain obscure game mechanics? That is not obscure game mechanics, by the way. That doesn't count. Walls. Walls, walls, walls. One stack will make 20. And we need 682. 680 divided by 20. It's getting that time again. It's getting later in the day. And then I cannot do that anymore. 34 assemblers. Let's hope we have 34 stacks of bricks. Right, we do. That should be a fairly fast ordeal. Thanks Lord Noon for the Prime subscription. This blueprint, yeah, we just went into editor mode and designed it. But if I'm not answering your question, please rephrase. Alright, 682, that's good. I suppose those resources really should be laying somewhere down here. The bricks have already made it down here. Let's throw those as well. We can clean up this. We are done with making rare stuff, I think. Walls. That includes 100 walls for backup. We needed a ton of repair packs as well for that one. Repair packs were the most used thing. We're gonna get 10 extra asteroid collectors on board as a backup to replace our 2 asteroid collectors in there. I don't think we need laser turrets. We didn't even lose anything, we just got damage to a wall every now and then on the side of our ship. So I suppose let's do 800 repair packs to line out the line. Alright, this is stupid, but it's important to me. Where's my hauler? Oh dang, I have editor extensions mod active still. That is not good. Don't want it in, I don't want it anywhere near my normal playthrough. Right. Space platforms. Yeah, we want some of those as well. Space platforms. I just want to know. So I want to set it up like this. If we start hauling calcite, we start hauling calcite and rocket fuel and plastics. Where do they rank into the sorting system? Are they just gonna put on into the back? No, they're gonna be put in between this. Okay, that is annoying. They're gonna be put in between that. We cannot reserve slots in here. So that means I want 1000 repair packs instead of 700. That was why we came here. Alright. Sorry about that. Backup starter pack. I see people use some sort of blueprint editor. No, I don't have a blueprint editor. Yeah. Adding things to blueprint is a pain in the behind. Deleting things from blueprint is fairly simple. You can do that by simply just... If your blueprint is of a reasonable size, like this one, you can do that by simply like blocking out some spots over here. But adding something back is you need to just put it somewhere in the world and select new contents for blueprint. Alright, so we want 1k repair packs. We do want a stack of space platforms on board. I'm actually just gonna pick those up. And the purple signs look so nice on the belt, even though we don't actually have purple signs. You can just imagine that we do. Wait, where are we? We're here? Okay, we're at the point where indeed okay, stop that immediately. I just have to... Let's just get rid of these things. We don't want those chests anymore. I do want a stack of these things as a backup. But we're probably gonna launch too many in space automatically anyway. So we have to fine tune that a bit. And then we just want 1000 repair packs of the uncommon variant because those are cheap. Maybe I just do 2k repair packs. 1k is fine. How many flights are we realistically gonna have? Let's make 2k. I'm very good at making up my mind. Alright. No, repair pack quality 2. Repair pack quality 2. For the assemblers. Yeah, important stuff. What is bingo trolling? I assume it's getting me to do something which is on the bingo chart. Bingo chart you can find in the pinned comment on YouTube chat or Twitch chat if you want to play along. Basically I do a lot of stupid stuff and most of the stupid stuff I do is on there. And if I do enough stupid stuff, you get a bingo. That's how it works. Oi, that is a big speed. 2k repair packs. We have a lot of inventory space. Alright, is that everything? Saw those. And finally we got a chest of these things. I've got them all. Long-handed inserters, automated-ish. Michael Hendricks automated. 260 hours in. You can know that one in your bingo chart. Oh, we need laser turrets still. And cargo base. Uncommon cargo base. I am pretty sure I don't have the required resources to do that. We're gonna go with normal cargo base then. I will be able to only supply like 48 minutes of calcite per hole instead of 1 hour. I don't think I want to waste my chips on cargo base. We'll make 48 common cargo base. Did I not already do that at some point? Not really. We got 21. We can just make some in these and hope to get some better ones for future purposes. Cargo bay. We want 48. It's basically just 1 stack of steel per assembler. And 2 stacks of low densities. Do we still got those? We got those. And blue chips. Not this many, but I suppose it's fine. Let's see what we get out of that. That should be our cargo base. Then we just have the lasers left. We should have 12 rare ones. 2 uncommon ones. Am I just gonna steal those? Yeah, we're just gonna steal those. 196 normal ones. We're just gonna make those. Do I even have materials to make normal? I don't think I do. I only have quality batteries. Yes. Yeah, we literally got 86,000 uncommon quality batteries, but I have 0 normal ones. And I'm not making them anywhere because they are not required for anything, so that is not great. I suppose we could make them in here. Set it up for normal quality batteries. Well, it's gonna take a little bit of time to do that. 4 seconds a pop. Yeah, that's gonna take a while. Let's instead then plop some over here. This is just temporary. Just temporary. I don't have my inventory on me. Still can do something like this. How many hand feeds would it require to make the required batteries? 200 laser turrets. A laser turret, if I'm not mistaken, is 12 batteries. Means 2400 batteries. Yeah, 12 batteries. 2400 batteries, 2400 iron and copper. So, if I just feed 100 plates each into all of these things, and I have enough sulfuric acid, which I don't, we should be good to go. I don't have a sulfuric acid supply to feed that though. Let's first of all, before anything else, solve the bottleneck. Alright, we're getting some sulfuric acid production going now. What do we need then? We need 24 of these things. A bunch of pipes. And 24 stacks of iron and copper. And I do not want any quality stuff. We can use these, that make it slightly faster. Some efficiencies. Not super important, but we might as well put them in. 24 stacks of iron and copper and a bunch of pipes. think I have enough pipes. Finally I can get all of my copper out of these garbage chests. 22.5 stack. Is that everything? I think that's everything. 24 stacks of copper. And 24 stacks of iron. Cannot wait for the Vulcanus setup. It's not gonna be a very setup-y setup. It's just gonna be a get your foundries and get out kind of deal. Alright. Especially now I am not rebuilding anything. I'm gonna power it with rare power poles out of all things. That should indicate to you that this is indeed a very temporary build. There's some rare stuff going on there as well. That should do it. Alright, so that's gonna last like 2 or 3 minutes before that's done. Alright, so in the meantime we can grab the other resources for laser turrets, which I should have at least somewhere. We should have some green chips left over here, though not too many. And steel we have like hundreds of thousands spread all over the place. Organization, look at that. We're not gonna make quality laser turrets for that. 200 regular laser turrets. Five per assembler. If we do 1 stack of steel and half a stack of greens. And then it's going to be very annoying to fill the batteries in. So perhaps we can base it off batteries instead. Batteries, 12 batteries is just annoying, so let's just eat it as it is. Still not enough. Alright, how's it going with the hauler? I think we can paste the last part. Oh, finally. Finally we fitted the last part. That means these rockets will get launched. These chests should be nearing empty. Of course we made the same mistake like we do every day. Right, those should be pretty far done. They're not pretty far down. Suppose the cargo base. Oh, we got one rare. We got 0 uncommon ones and 1 rare one somehow. First rare cargo bay of the playthrough. 39. 48 cargo bays. Exactly what we need. Flop them in there. Right, cargo bays are crossed off. This was a much bigger list. Walls are crossed off. It's just the laser turrets that we now need to make. I suppose that means we can start launching stuff into orbit, really. All of this stuff needs to get up there somehow. So we're gonna do that with the help of some chests, I suppose. Switch off the filter. On some of these ships. So I can manually claim these. Right, so this is going to continue launching on automatically, but here we can put some of these stuff in the ship. Repair packs, 100 on a rocket. All right, that's 10 launches each. Okay, this is actually the materials I need to send up. Walls. That is 6 launches, I think. 6 launches for walls. Accumulators. 50 per rocket. And we need some more chests for the other 2 things. Solar panels would be 2 different rockets as well. Okay, so 2 chests and 2 inserters. The rest will just send up manually assorted over the different rockets that free up over time. Maybe we can just send the solar accumulators up from here. I think if I... That is 10 launches. I was gonna take solar panels, right? So we need to sort that into the appropriate order. That is automatically gonna launch. Cargo hubs, only 10 per rocket, really? So these all do like 10-ish launches. We can send those up as well. Automatically we can send these up. Alright, so let's... I think it's time to paste the blueprint then on the... with all of the stuff on there. Calcite hauler. Blueprint. Why no Vulgora first? Because foundries are just stupidly OP. They're absolutely broken. Just figured it out. It's basically... Vulgora gives me EM plans. But foundries just literally give you like a directly 80 to 90% discount on both your infrastructure and your the ore required. And then you got big mining drills from the same planet, which is obscene. Okay, let's paste it. See the counters go up. That should launch a bunch of these. We do need to make some changes. We need to downgrade the cargo base and upgrade the walls. And request the repair packs, basically. So let's do that. Cargo bay 2 becomes cargo bay 1. And wall 1 becomes wall 2. Just because of the weird distribution of resources we've got available. Swapperoo. Now these should launch. And the cargo base. Okay, accumulators, okay, they are launching. They are just not filled up yet. But yeah, inserting 50 or even 100 things into the rocket with slow inserters is still faster than making the rocket. Alright. Yeah, I suppose the cargo base will at least be constructed in order. Alright. Then we just have to request like 2000 repair packs and the rest will just force in there manually. We're gonna do... I'm gonna delete that. Let's say 10. 10 single stack of walls and no laser turrets as backup. Alright. That only leaves like a jumbled mess of resources. For us to deal with. Okay, that should launch up the repair packs. Alright, so all of that's working. Still launching up platforms. So these are gonna auto launch. We had 2 chests and 2 inserters, which we can use to set up the few remaining things that can still be automated. These. Okay, we don't have anything that can be automated really. Just these. The rest is just a mess. Alright, so we'll wait for the rockets to be ready again, so we can more easily do that. Yeah, the main problem, the main reason why foundries are so strong is because it's basically a 2-step process, which both has the 50% productivity applied, just to get from the mining step to plates, and then you got plates, and then those plates still can have like lots of productivity affected by that as well. Basically, to get from ore to plates, you get at a very minimum 125% productivity bonus. That's just ludicrous. Also, the sulfuric acid tanks are empty. Let's take the tank away again, because we don't really want to store up sulfuric acid there. Or do we? Maybe we do. Can I make one iron? Can I borrow one? So I can make a single pipe. And then place that single pipe over here. I can choose whether or not to fill this tank remotely. Okay, we're almost done with the batteries though. The 2400. I need all of them. No, I don't. This is only 20 assemblers. I spread it out over 40. Oh, that's annoying. Alright, so we'll insert that when we're back as well. That's the laser turrets. Suppose I'm making 8 laser turrets too many. Alright, can I quickly deconstruct that without losing sulfuric acid? If I can, if I'm fast enough. Alright, it's still not full. Now it's full. Oh, I forgot that there was still sulfuric acid in here. Okay, I'm not gonna... I don't have my bots with me. I feel like the game is on 2 times speed or something. It's not. Let's send some rockets up. Oh no, I messed it. I messed up that. I messed it up. Now I have a mix of base stuff and not base stuff here. Let me carefully throw it away. 24 of these. Alright. With efficiency modules, I suppose 72. And a bunch of pipes. 18 pipes were required. And underground pipe 0. Right, let's throw the remaining steel. Green chips in here. And then get annoyed that the batteries run out before anything else. Those levels of hand feeding are annoying even for myself. 40 minutes. Yeah, I just I thought it was 1 hour later than it really starts, so I'm going to stop the stream soon. I'm hoping to get a spaceship built at least. Yeah, it goes to... Why hand feed? Because hand feeding is the real automation. I know, these are the first laser turrets I have produced in the entire game. I didn't know I would need these until now. Look at all production. 200 laser turrets, we just made those. So far we've only used uncommon ones, with a couple rare ones. So yeah, I'm not really making stuff which just for making it. And I know, even what is the next application for normal laser turrets, if ever? And if ever, how many am I going to need? 50, 200, 6,000? I have no idea, so I'm just making stuff on demand as I go along. Especially for the spaceship shenanigans stuff. So we got our 192 laser turrets, so I guess now we have 8 extras. Sorry, 4 extras. And now we just need to shoot this up to the platform. And that should be good. These rockets still go automatic. I guess laser turrets go automatic. And the rest is a mess. So let's start by sending up the mess. 25 laser turrets per launch. Well, that's gonna take a while. This one should be ready. Are we still launching? I think we are. I think we are no longer launching. "34 platforms still, alright. Laser slab calcite roller. Alright, so now we can use these as well. Let's use 2 of them to send up the platforms. Those are automatic. I think I messed it up. Alright, tiny stuff. Tiny stuff. Tiny, 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 tiny. We don't need these. Tiny, 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 tiny. Mixed rockets. Crushers, bells, bells. Here comes the first power, I think. Okay, laser turrets are powering up. Okay, there we go. Accumulators are getting charged. And now we have 66 platforms on board, which means I want 34 more. Let's fill it up with random junk. More random junk. Let's go down to our personal rocket to launch up some more random junk. Yeah, the thruster. Chemical plant. More solars. Over the Johnnies. No running into my pet worms. Bingo card for this one. I sent it to the wrong place. That is annoying. I was wrong. We do have damage from the worms. Alright, those get launched. I'm not gonna fix it, I'm gonna let my bots get destroyed in the next episode. And I walked there by accident. 8 more cargo bays. And bells. And then we have to figure out what we are missing. And where it ended up. Something ended up here, that's for sure. Alright, we are not set up to take this out automatically, so I can just throw it from orbit. Suppose something like this. I think I have this in stock here. If this turns out to be a full rocket launch worth of materials, we should be good. Should be dropping down into the hub any moment now. Alright, that is fixed. Okay, that looks like it is the right stuff. Wait, what? Was it like this? I think it was like this then. I remember those did something, those were something, there was something with those. I think it's like this. That's the last one, except for solar panels and accumulators and repair packs, which are gonna get sent, and laser turrets I suppose, which are gonna get sent for a little bit longer. We can send those on these, those should get launched automatically as well. We have a rocket free here. We got a rocket free here. And that should build out the entire thing. Including all the lasers. I cannot wait to take it on a test flight, but unfortunately we don't know how to switch on our thruster. We cannot randomly fly somewhere, we have to fly towards somewhere. Yeah, solar panels are still gonna take a bit of time. We are melting the ice cubes. We are making fuel. It's working. There are asteroids on the belt. They're even throwing the first one back into space already. Sad movement. Yeah, the ice asteroids are the rarest ones, so it's gonna take a while to fill up. The laser field is complete somehow. Right, this is the most beautiful spaceship I've ever built. A literal rectangle filled with rectangular things. Rectangular cargo bays, rectangular solar panel arrays, a rectangular, maybe a square laser field. think it's 140... 14 by 14? 12 by 12, that's a square. Square of laser turrets. Alright then. Success. How goes the pain? The pain is finished. I'm gonna be ending the stream soon. We have done a bunch of good work today. Gotten 25% of the way towards Vulcanus. I may progress time a bit off cam, just standing around to compensate for the editor time. The time we spent designing in editor mode. It would be nice if there was a way to design in editor mode without leaving the game. I think there's a mod for that, but I'm not sure I entirely understand how that works. Something like you can design in editor mode. There was some weird interactions though with the real world, so I'm not really sure I want to do that. How is it going over here? We have burned through our first stack of repair packs in every roboport. That has taken quite a while. Let's look at the kill count. We can kind of see if we look at the 10-hour graph. Okay, that's a pretty clear sign. It has taken us 8.5 hours. Let's say 8 hours. 8 hours per stack of repair packs. So we got another 48 hours left to go before that is finished. It's over 50, let's say this is 50 hours, be safe. 50 hours of repair packs. If we would change to uncommon repair packs, that's 100 hours of repair packs. So we can pretty much keep the pollution vacuuming switched on indefinitely. Sign still at 1k. I completely forgot to check this copper mine, but it's not active, so who cares? Red chips should be excellent. I don't think this most backup mine is moving. It's not moving at all. Alright. Just a quick look around the base. Yeah, I might do some things like collecting quality stuff off cam. Maybe not. I'll just do it all on cam. Hoop. That's not really matter too much. Those are the last solar panels. Then it's just launching a couple more repair packs. Or we just launch those manually as well and be done with it. Last launches. Last launches for hauler. Alright, we designed a hauler and we built it. That's been the main focus then of the stream. We built two spaceships basically. We built our personal transporter, which we originally destined to go to Vulgora, works with gun turrets. And we designed this horrific monster of a beast, a solar powered laser annihilator, which shoots asteroids which it's not intended to shoot. And it just does so by being ridiculously large for this era of the game and just carrying a lot of power. Soon we'll fly it out to Vulcanus. 12 hours and 40 minutes until the tag is complete. Slow but steady, but definitely slow. Steady maybe not so much, but we're doing it half right then, according to the proverb. Anyway, I'm going to prepare to watch the race, the Formula 1 race, so I gotta go without a big outro, because it's only 9 minutes before the race starts. So, yeah. Well, that was pretty decent progress. Not gonna complain. We built some mining outposts to sustain red chips for when we are gone. And we built two spaceships and designed from the ground up one of them. That is a pretty decent effort. Designing spaceships is one of the most one of the worst time sinks in Factorio. You can really get way too carried away with all that stuff. We'll do here end of stream save End of stream, save. Who got a full bingo card? Nobody's got a full bingo card. I can't believe you got a couple lines, but there's no way you got a full card. Next stream, probably Friday again. Missed the 2 hour long end of stream. I've got an extra long start of stream today to compensate for the short end. How are you gonna tackle the 4-digit save count? I've got 3 external disks already. Not SSDs, but yeah. I'm putting ice cubes in tanks to keep it cold. Alright, I'm gonna head off. No long outro today. I hope you had a great time. Thanks everybody for watching, and I hope to see you all next time.